We can do a GeoGuessr warm-up if there's time. The Diphthong police is always here. Did the maps already? Then we're totally fine on time. Hello, little corgi. Oh no! Are you commenting the whole setup of this entire set? Color commenting. Alright. Let me go ahead and stuff up. He's yellow. Wow, you really are the color commentator. We're gonna start with triple tunnel. Anyway, this should be fun at the very least. No. No. Morning Vine Smash. Alright, we are all set up. And to appease the unwashed masses, your daily challenge. Is that like a bakery? Maswani. Oh, I don't know what that is. It looks like a cent sign, but like slightly tilted. I mean, this is Spanish by the looks of things. Yep. Hello, Fodler. Ah, Panama. Now, I don't think there's a ton of Street View in Panama, so I imagine this is Panama City somewhere. Wait, that's the Costa Rica flag. Okay. Oh, are we right on the border? Trump wants to annex? Yeah. Booyah! Paso Canoas straddles two countries, with the streets where the one side is Panama and the other is Costa Rica, making a fascinating spot for border life. Oh, wow, yeah, I see. Right here. Husqvarna? Yeah, there's plenty of Husqvarna stuff in America, too. Yeah, not bad to kick things off here. Wrong side of the border? Was it? Oh, it was on the wrong side of the border. Oh, no. I got the country wrong, guys. It was Costa Rica. It wasn't Panama. Pan American Highway. Guess it goes all the way throughout Panama. Alrighty. That is Vietnamese. How? Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. There you go. Well, this is certainly a Vietnamese town somewhere. It's rich, yeah. Time to ask ACCM for help. Yeah, ACCM has nothing better to do right now. Definitely a long road somewhere. I'm gonna guess we're somewhere near the south. And we were in Bac Lieu. Salt production is key to Bac Lieu. Vast salt fields stretch across the coast where workers harvest salt crystals under the hot southern sun. Not bad, not bad. What's this? Quintessential cookout? When is it? Oh, it's not a show match. It's a little tournament. Interesting. Yeah, I'll certainly cast that. All right, game number 1 is likely here going to be, well, likely. It's going to be on Triple Tunnel. Portuguese, Wu, Japanese, all going to be all solid options for ACCM. Margagoop, I mean, we're probably going Malay here. Or as some call it, Malay! Yo, ACCM, Venge, Sebastian, Barles, Andy, Sitaux, MBL, Mihai, Dogao, Kapach, Lewis, Niaz, Margugu, Ganji, Ozone, Running Prisma. Probably Vivi. Lucho Classic Pro Discount Kingstone Sword. Honestly, not bad. The hamsters get grilled. Six days, I guess. Man, look how thick with 2 C's the Brahmaputra is. You can see it really far out when zoomed out. Alright, so hopefully we'll be getting into this in just a moment. Somewhere sandy. Oh, everyone's black, so this definitely looks like Africa. African American. No, African. I mean, it's a Danger Duck event. They're always very gimmicky. Either Botswana or the part of South Africa that's right near Botswana. Would be my guess. No. Namibia? Wrong border, I guess. I didn't even know Namibia had Street View, but I guess it makes sense with all the deserty stuff. Rundu is a cultural hub of the Kavango people, known for their wood carvings, traditional music, and colorful crafts sold in lively markets. Like right on the border with Angola here. Alright, we should be getting into this in just a moment, and indeed we will. And oh my goodness, we have a gray picker. Houston, this is not a drill. The Quaker Oats guy playing GeoGuessr, yeah, basically. Oh, interesting. Right, let me set this up here. Alrighty, guys, we're going to be kicking things off here on Triple Tunnel with ACCM in the cyan as the Georgians to the west of the map, not the Civ I would have thought, and to the east in the gray as the Persians, it will be a Corgi. Ben, anyone conveying in-game information? Uh-oh. Dash, hold on. But guys, there's lots of excitement in my house right now. So, Doc coming in nice and quick here for Margugu. Getting new mods, uh-oh. When Debbie isn't around, uh-oh. Knowing Viper, he probably just never bothered to get any new mods. Sounds familiar. So, what's interesting to me here is that Georgians should be good on a lot of these different maps. They're good on Ring of Reeds, Wellsprings. I would have assumed that ACCM would pick them there. He could have picked Georgians, or no, he could have picked Portuguese, Wu, or Japanese here. And Margugu could have picked Malay. And all of those civs sound like they'd be better at fish booming. Doing anything? Well, that would be appropriate for one of my mods now, wouldn't it? Alright. The breakfast has been consumed. One fishing ship each, so both players able to get a nice and early dock. Of course, Persians start with extra wood. Georgians might as well start with extra wood. And Carl. What was it from Futurama where at the slave resort, Hermes was able to automate and make everything so efficient that all this work was done by a single Australian man? That checks out. Seven TV emotes? I don't even know what any of that means. Anyway, look at these little walls here. So ACCM certainly at least keeping in mind the threat of a drush or men-at-arms rush. Although that is not going to be the case. Anyway, the Civ matchup should be fine. So I don't know anything, man. It's amazing how little I know about anything in the world of streaming. Emotes? I don't know, people don't care about stream quality. Alright, Barrack's coming in here for ACCM. I banned Arabia. I was playing a few games yesterday. I actually... I'm not ashamed to say it. I alt F4'd. Because I played a game of Sherwood Forest. I had such a lousy game on Sherwood Forest. Like, the hunting wolves didn't even matter. It was just so annoying. Because the guy went full walled his base, I was Huns, I couldn't wall, and they just went FC crossbows. Or, you know, archers into crossbows and just, like, I can't counterattack, and, like, egg base and everything. Skill issue? It's not my cup of tea. All these frickin' hamsters out there. Yep, a little bit of a scuffle here. A lot of ills on the forage bushes here for Margugu. Scouts and Spearmen coming up for both players, though, so no forwarding, which is very common on this map. On hills, yeah. Nope, 5 fishing ships to soon to be 5. Nothing all that wild there. And so far, this is one of the most passive starts to this map I've ever seen. Is the echo just you? And there shouldn't be any echoing. Both players have Bidax. There's an archery range coming in. Margugu looking to go for some more expansive walls. And really, the game is just going to march onward. Now, if I'm looking at these two civs, I'm really thinking, you know what? I want to see cav archers and skirmishers. I really think those would be the most effective units with these two civs. Anyway, Persians are going to be happier than Georgians to keep this in an extended feudal age game with the faster working Thok and TC. You can see Margugu already ahead by a few vills. Still able to take less bonus damage there. Good micro on both sides, but still the Spearman is going to end up dying. And looks like ACCM is looking to run in. He's his opponent, doesn't have anything under the TC, and he's just going to run right back out. Both players lose a scout there. Res collected still even. Well, I think a lot of people were hyped about the DLC when they thought it was going to be something else. But I still like Jurchens. And Ketons are alright. Everything else? Rip. It's funny because at the high level and at the low level, there isn't really that much aggression. But us mid-elo chumps, it's just all aggression. That's always the best thing. One Ornlu's more than enough? I don't blame you. Alright, range coming in now here for Margugu, but he doesn't have one yet. We have the Archer follow-up here for ACCM. Houses are under threat. Banked res certainly looking good for ACCM as well. I mean, he's 5 vills behind, but still keeping up with his opponent's eco. Is 1/2. What is half an Ornlu like? Alright, ACCM gonna loop around here to the north. More houses being rushed in. And that's already, like, so many houses from, Gray. Still a lot of aggression. Yeah, I guess I typically just think of, from whatever I've seen, lower elo games, which would be like around 1,000 and less. It's usually just very passive. I mean, players might not feel the pressure because they're slower and their builds aren't, you know, as good. But usually there's a lot of sitting around and waiting for attacking to happen. Alright, market coming in here from ACCM. We'll have to see if he wants to sell some stone. If you want to do so, yes he does. He'll be getting up to Castle Age pretty quickly. Horses? Honestly, I feel like the pathing is better. It's not perfect. I did have a villager getting stuck yesterday, which was kind of annoying. I felt like Nikov. Not the execution? Yeah, that's fair. Alright, Horse Collar coming in now from ACCM, and I mean, he's just cruising his way up to Castle Age. Margugu had to invest into the defensive watchtower, and ACCM has just been the one who's been dictating the pace of the game, even with so few, or so many fewer villagers, Nico units. Still no farms at all. ACCM has a bustling farming eco, growing and eating whatever they do in Georgia. I guess is, oh, there's the one like Georgian sauce or whatever that's very popular. It's not Ajvar, that's Balkan. They have like kind of their own version of it. Plums? Lamb? Plums and lamb? Yeah. I think they eat a lot of nuts. Wine as well. To be fair, all of those things are delicious, so... But you get no complaints from me. Ajvar mentioned. I have a very large Balkan population in the Chicago area. You can get plenty of Ajvar at the store. A 4th division team? Man, Viper... Has anyone checked on Viper? But soccer doesn't really allow for that many upsets, I guess. At least I don't imagine there would be too many upsets. I get the same teams winning everything. Full meltdown? Oh no. Trolled Viper? Oh no. Alright, defensive tower number 3 coming in here from Margugu, and this is all with the market. This is just not gonna feel good. Foul the best players. There's been like a little bit of that actually bleeding into American football. Like, we're starting to see flopping, and we're starting to see people, like, intentionally foul. Anyway, this looks like one of my games, man. This honestly looks like ACCM is just, like, at least a couple tiers above his opponent. This is wild. There isn't anything fancy happening. This is just one player being better than the other. ACCM going to start picking up fortified churches. These units aren't doing anything useful. I mean, I get the idea. You know, you can't face ACCM's army head-on, go for the counterattack. Almost unique. Well, isn't hockey basically the same? I mean, hockey is basically just soccer football on ice. But scoring is definitely higher in hockey than it is in soccer football. As the rink is a lot smaller than the pitch. Yeah, they have best of 7s. Which is honestly insane for how physical hockey is. I honestly feel like everyone has to just be juiced up on painkillers constantly in hockey. Inspired by an egg because the ball in football is a foot long. It actually doesn't have anything directly to do with the ball itself. Also, if you look at a football, it doesn't look anything like an egg. I don't even know what else it looks like. It looks like a freaking football-shaped football. More professional. I mean, maybe more professional than the Cowboys. You just freaking traded for Micah Parsons. Closer to an egg than a ball? That might be true. Anyway, Castle at the Frontier. Margagu is actually still slightly ahead in resources collected, which is his saving grace. And they're both just going crossbowmen, which is also a little bit strange. Yeah, ACC, I'm just not too bothered with the fishing. Well, yes, I'm a big NFL head. My team growing up was the Bears, and it still technically is, although they haven't been worth watching in a while. And my adopted team when I went to university was the Ravens, who I actually follow religiously. Size of your shoes? Nope. Somebody back in ye old England times had a foot that was 12 inches long and decided to make that the standard unit of measurement. Oh my goodness, that castle got a lot of value. Like playing AoE too? Exactly. Have Bracer and no Ring Archer? A lot. They typically don't really add many civs that miss things like Bracer or Bombard Cannon or anything like that. Commanders fan? Oh man. Are you from the DC area then? Because I went to school at George Washington. But I spent a lot of time in Baltimore as well. But if I had to pick an NFC East team, it would definitely still be the Commanders. Just mind-boggling. So basically, guys, for those who don't follow American football, one of the best edge rushers, which is the guys who try and sack the quarterback, was traded from, like, he's still young, he's 26. Was traded from the Dallas Cowboys to the Green Bay Packers because they couldn't agree on a contract for, like, an okay player and 2 first-round picks. But then people are memeing like, wow, those 2 first-round picks could be anything. They could even be Micah Parsons. Oh my god. Such a dumb trade. Oh, Siege Workshop coming in here, and Margagu has done a good job of not dying. He still has lots of fishing ships. Because they're a quarter of the way back behind the line of scrimmage. That's it. Yep, a halfback is the antiquated name for a running back. Fullback is an actual position as well, although it's not used as often. Sport teams are jokes. Well, they had the Rangers, right? They won the World Series not too long ago. Oh, nice hit there from ACCM. Yeah, the Mospas definitely need to have, you know, any amount of upgrades. Owner in the league, yep. Bengals fans everywhere are rejoicing. Ken Snyder's gone? Yeah, that's why I couldn't follow the Commanders, or I couldn't get into the Commanders when I went to DC. It's like, I just couldn't deal with it. Anyway, Margagu is coming in with his own castle here, guys, and he's not horrendously far away from Imp. Trump screen cards. There are Rangers? There's actually 2 Rangers. There are the baseball rangers and the hockey rangers. I think there's a hockey rangers. This one, yeah. Well, oh, look at the fortified church wall here. None shall pass. Actually, ACCM's on 6 relics, holy cow. But Margugu is up faster, and he's got a war elephant! These qualifiers are tragic. Oh my goodness, guys. The Mumakil is ready for battle. Watchtower coming in too. Margugu is going to try and push to the south, though. And again, credit to Margugu. He lost 9 vills in early Castle Age. That's usually GG. But the fishing ships are huge. ACCM is only just now getting gill nets. Well, to be fair, the monks are being made right now. Second castle here for ACCM. Still focusing primarily on the monks, though. The thing is, like, for both of these civs, they kind of like making more expensive units, Persians even more so than Georgians. Not sure what that was. But Trebuchet on the way as Margugu is looking to push to the south. The issue for Margugu is he, other than making fishing ships, he's not making an army. I guess he's going to try and go for hand cannons and whatnot, but ACCM already has a lot of the best unit in the game. Got Trebs being produced from both castles here. ACCM himself does have 2 castles as well. Army, only if you believe in the heart of the cards. Block printing as well. Remember, Georgians do have good monks. You just miss Illumination and... Oh, no, that's right. No! Tristan! Oh no, Tristan the elephant. Sad days. Hello, Hassan. Alright. Looks like a little bit of a détente here to the north of the map. But you can see that despite the villager lead, Margugu's never really been very far ahead at all in terms of eco. Again, especially considering that his army is likely more expensive. That said, he's trying to go for some hand cannons here. But ACCM already with the skirmishers. This is where Margugu wishes he could make cavalry, but... I mean, 100 fills isn't actually all that far away from good cav production. We need a lot more gold is the thing. And right now, these golds are all either not controllable by anyone or controllable by ACCM, so great job of him asserting map control. Trevor. Still, you do have bombard cannons as the Persians, but this push through the center from ACCM is going to be tough. And remember, guys, it's sudden disaster. Just ask Villa, man. This TC, it's a Persian TC, but now that Trebs are involved, it's still going to go down pretty fast. Yeah, the Southern Gold is at least close, as we're now getting to peak AoE of Skirmisher v Skirmisher. Oh, where are the Monaspas? A lot of them are chilling in that castle. Bombard Cannon and even this random Trebuchet can help buy a little bit of time, but with the Monaspa starting to come in... Yeah, this might be it for Margugu. Honestly, good job from Margugu to try and push this one back after a disastrous early game. Super inefficient eco. ACCM with a significantly better timing. But, yeah. Ultimately, ACCM had the better map control, and he had, in my opinion, the better civ. Nothing you could do there. Treb's on the high ground. Wow, not even letting ACCM get the finishing blow. Disgusting. Yeah, Margugu focusing probably a little too much on the fish boom, but I'm just surprised he didn't go Malay here. Malay, in my opinion, are just the best civ on this map, except for maybe Japanese. Yeah, you can just see ACCM making the much cheaper unit switches, going skirms and monks and trebs. Way easier to get going, and a lot of Margugu's resource advantage was in wood collected, which was obviously not that exciting. Way more fleshed out tech tree here for ACCM. What the heck was this moment? What was this? Oh, this is just ACCM doing that. It's never that sudden. That's true. Anyway, well done there. ACCM takes game number 1 here. And that is the Persians losing to the Georgians. So it was a lower draft priority pick here from Margugu. But still a good win for ACCM. And we'll have to see what the next map is. Okay, let's finish GeoGuessr. Alright, Squiggly Language Land. I don't think that's Thai. Daniela, thanks for the raid. We're casting some Sudden Disaster here, playing some GeoGuessr in between. And they got in a buy? Oh, no. Does that mean that Man U's out? Hi, Lipad. Kathri Kadava. Is Sri Lanka? So close, yeah. But still, you'd expect a huge team like Man U to... Oh, the least prestigious one? Okay. Still, it's like... Mango Fest? Oh, you know it's South Asia. To be fair, mangoes are delicious. Okay, there's Modi, so I guess... Okay, we're in Kerala. Well, I don't know the unit of measurement, or, the currency in Sri Lanka. Okay, we were in Ernakulam. Ernakulam is the commercial center of Kochi, filled with shops, offices, and markets, making it one of the busiest districts in Kerala. Well, you're running out of time. I think Madurai was in one of the Rajendra scenarios. Alright, Akare will be next. Hello, Just Nemesis and ABCD. Okay, we gotta go speed here. Islamic Africa. You guys are... It's actually not, because it's so diverse. The hardest country is one that is large and extremely similar. That almost looks like the Sierra Leone flag. Almost. Would have been surprising, yeah. Alright, I hear Portuguese sound, so let's guess Senegal. Northern Nigeria, of course. Of course. Well, that wasn't a great one. We started with 4,999, and it was literally all downhill from there. Alright, here we are on Akare. Game number 2, ACCM versus the Gugu. We'll have ACCM in the cyan as the Portuguese to the west, and to the gray east, Burgundians. It will be Margugu. The longitude was almost right. I mean, it looked like the Sahel, right? So that isn't a surprise. So again, I'd like to point out that Margugu could have gone Bohemians here, or Mongols. Honestly, not really the best civs for this map in Margugu's draft. Is your Sierra Leone flag up in Canada to confuse the geoguessers? Oh, man. But yeah, they start as Gaia castles, so technically, if you don't send your scout forward fast enough, your opponent can steal one of the castles. In theory. I've never seen it happen. Castles for Mangudai? It certainly is something to consider. And I still probably would like it more than Burgundians. But I'm also not the biggest fan of Burgundians in sudden disaster settings anyway. That said, Coutelier can work out pretty well versus organ guns. So if you're thinking that ACCM is going for Portuguese here because it's a good double castle unique unit civ, which, for obvious reasons, the double castle unique unit civs tend to be the best ones for this map. I guess the Coutelier can do well against those, but it's going to be the monks that are going to be the real issue. And Burgundians do have decent monks, but I still have to favor Portuguese in this setup. Right, so this is also a water map-ish. So you can go for a dock to the south where there are 3 deep fish, but there's only 600 food on them. But we typically see our players dock to the north, and in fact, both players are going to do that this time, which is not something I've seen yet on this particular map. Where there are shorefish, which gather, I guess, what is it? At 2/3 the speed of deep fish. And yet, there's a lot more of them. There's 3,200 food. As castle drop from ACCM, that sure feels possible. The rush distance across the middle is very short. Un Sol, Margugu a little bit faster with his first fishing ship. He's got double bit axe, which is all good. At least you don't need to build houses at all early on. ACCM still built the 2 to start with, but you just pick up those castles and boom, you're at 45 pop. Breaking down the walls because you start fully ensconced within these fortified walls, which only have 400 HP on them. And the thing is, once you start attacking the walls so that you have a way out, there isn't a way to get the castle to stop attacking. The castle actually is just going to keep it continuing to attack, and there's nothing you can do to stop it, unless you give it something else to target. Anyway, good fishing ship production here from Margugu. And he is already nicely ahead in resources collected, so good start for him. I don't think I've ever seen this map go to Imperial Age. Usually it's just game over by Castle Age, because the wood line is super far away from the TC. And then, of course, again, the rush distance being so short that usually there's a Castle Age death. Ancient alien racism. It's because the Gaia defaults are always towards the Western European architecture set, which is just the default architecture set in AoE 2, because Britons were the first civ coded into AoE 2. Which is also, I think, why the wonder for Britons was the Aachen Cathedral, which was, again, the default Western European wonder. Although the Britons obviously have their own wonder now. Whoa there, Buster Brown. What you doing? A T-posing ship. I mean, I guess you can send some Vills over to hunt, but you don't have any Vills. I guess you can send homie down this way and pick up the Vills and sail back up the river, but... Huh. Then yeah, exactly. I don't know, this doesn't feel super normal from ACCM. It seems like a lot of wood for something that's only going to be of marginal value. Because, I mean, yes, of course, hunt gathers quickly, but the fact that you need to send the Vills all the way up there just to gather it, and then there isn't anything for them to gather once the hunt is done. I guess you could send them back to chop wood, but I don't see a world in which this is worth it. Anyway, I'm curious as to what Margagu's doing here. I guess he will be selling his stone. It's not like you need to... it's not like you need more castles here, unless you're going for a castle drop. Honestly, I'm kind of curious as to why no one goes for a feudal age aggression on this map. It feels like with the woodline's so far away from the TC, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Your forge bushes are also always forward, so you can see just how exposed they are. But both players are going FC. Fire Galley? Does Margagu know? Oh, Scotty doesn't know, guys. Scotty never knows. Ooh. Okay, so I guess he just wants the monk monastery relic, and all 5 relics are right there, to be fair. I guess I was just surprised that he built the transport ship so early, but as it turned out, it didn't delay his build at all, so it's fine. It's not the big of a deal. Bit of an interesting approach, though. Remember, though, Cousteliers I actually think are kind of underrated with Burgundians because they're so cheap. You get a unit that's about the value of, you know, the Nightline, that unless you're facing Arbs or Cav Archers, I really don't see any reason to not go for Coustelier. And -1 fishing ship. His build, I guess, was more efficient. Also, he's ACCM, he's really good. Nope, wall's coming in. Double bit axe on the way. Magic. His fishing ships are also working a bit more efficiently. Oh, look at this. Oh, both player scouts are up over here. Interesting. I mean, for Burgundians especially, that would be such a nice boost to your income. Oh, ACCM is the best AoE 2 player in the world. Oh, that's so annoying. Meanwhile, organ gun production has started, Coustelier production has started, but this is an interesting approach to this game that I haven't actually ever seen before, as ACCM is easily winning water here. Also, I don't know how to tell you this, Monastery. You have a giant saguaro cactus just growing out of you. A little awkward looking, I'm not gonna lie. Alright, so Coustelier are out here on the map. ACCM has no stone, remember, so we can't really add in a watchtower. Hello, Comic. Still, these guys are not terrible at knocking down buildings. Look at it, it's a rush to get the relics! I mean, Margagu could honestly still end up with 3 relics, that's pretty funny. Oh! So even though he lost the scout, eye on the prize, kids. I just need to get the last one. That shouldn't be any problem. Boop. Easy clap. Margagu gets 4 relics. Nicely done. Now, of course, defense upgrades are going to be absolutely enormous against the organ guns, who have very low base attack, but have that attack multiplied quite a few times. That's just 4 projectiles, and then a 5 with the elite organ guns. Yeah, those Kuslier aren't doing a whole lot. Overall build counts are similar, though, as in exactly the same. Horse Collar now coming in here for Gray. Cyan already has Bowsaw, though. Like a good Lithuanian villager. Even just getting +1 defense would be really, really nice. But the Kuslier have lost so much of their overall HP. Some healing would be not bad. Now, if you're wondering, hey, Ornlu, do Gaia buildings that you convert over benefit from herbal medicine if you research it? I don't know. With the workshop? I mean, yeah, talk about give me the relics. Margagu is nicely ahead in resources, though. And Margagu wants to come in with the Fourth Seas Workshop, but he's got nothing. Nothing to deal with organ guns, that's for sure. Oh my goodness. Okay, at least he saves those 2, but ugh. Hey, but oh, I don't like this at all. I think just continuing to play for the Kuslier, get those armor upgrades. You have the blacksmith, man. I feel like it's not that bad. Organ gun numbers are climbing, though. And ACCM will pick up all 5 relics at this point. Siege Workshop on... I mean, this is a big investment, right? The Siege Workshop in the... And a Scorpion? What? You have the deer running off the map, and this monk that's just getting rammed to death. Classic. All right, Redemption coming in as well here for ACCM. No, you don't need Redemption to convert petards, in case you're wondering. They have no armor class, other than, you know, basic melee and pierce. They don't take bonus damage from anything. Petards, villagers, and trade carts are the only units that don't take any bonus damage. Well, more monasteries coming in, and this just does not feel like it's destined for domestic success. Yeah, a lot of idle time for ACCM. No way this would work, right? No way on Doubt's Green Earth would you be able to just walk around the edge of the map with the petards and blow up the TC, right? Anyway, it looks like the Mangonel was converted. I mean, repairs don't usually matter versus petards anyway. Well, now a defensive watchtower is coming in. Buying 200 stone there feels a little ugly. Seriously, ACCM knows about the petards. No way. Okay, he's keeping some organ guns over here, but you still only need 5 petard. Margagu ties up the series! Oh my goodness. What? A Angel and just walks around with the petards. ACCM completely lost the petards, man. That's entirely on ACCM. You know your opponent has petards. Oh my goodness. 30 army to 8. And ACCM... look at that KD. He lost with this KD. Oh my goodness gracious. ACCM says, oops, GG. Guys, if ACCM has no fans, then I am dead. Oops. That is exactly something I would say. Again, more ACCM being toxic. Well, that was fun. He had to have known about the petards. They were right there in his line of sight. That was ACCM's #1 Civ pick. All right, Wellsprings is going to be the next one. Oh? What's happening? Oh, thank you, Folder. Didn't need to do that today. If you're busy, I appreciate it. Get everybody here? Looks like it. Filming a bread, you know it. Getting a UU tier list? Yes, you are. It does not include, I think these are just castle unique units. Yeah, I don't see Grenadiers or Yen Swordsmen. Okay, that's fine. Maybe I'll be able to even update it. I wanted to include those. Anyway, 30 seconds. No real UUs? Yeah. But I think you can just take a template. Like I think I can just take folders tier list and then just add stuff to it. So I just need to find the unique unit image files, which I can do myself. I mean, UU regional and generic unit. I actually think there's even a more clear distinction. The only big question mark unique units to me are winged hussars, because they're literally considered unique units, yet 2 civs have them. Anyway, look at this, guys. We will have Margugu in the blue as the Mongols to the north. Actually, hold on. Let's keep these colors consistent. Margugu, you're gray. You're stuck with it. Margugu is going to be in the gray as the Mongols to the north. But big resolution. Oh yeah, thanks. Thanks for the tip there. Batards are coming for your TC ACC, man. Oh no. They're hungry. ACC has a sorry it lagged too much. Can we play India instead? Oh my goodness. These are live. I mean, I know John Slow's admins are plebs, but I don't think they'd give us that. Oh, but this is a Nilly sponsored tournament. Uh-oh. Wait, I had no... Heavenly Chorus is almost 2K? The Chinese admin playing Nomad team games right now with the other Chinese players. Oh man, these admins, they're too good for me. Too good for me, that's also fair. Free elite upgrade, fancy pet? Oh, I don't really care. Elite icon? Yeah, I don't care about that. Was that a woof from a corgi? I will not be woofed at. Don't know what the issue is. They haven't remade the lobby yet. By look, yes, most important. Oh no, I'll text your list. Generic text? Oh yeah, that would be fun. We're gonna do a ramped unique unit tier list one though. I think a lot of people will like that. Stop. They were playing at the wrong server. And no one could read it. Oh, yes. Oh, he's complaining. Player sex appeal tier list? Well, but how... I would have to have, like, a doubt tier, and then there'd just be hundreds and hundreds of tiers below that for everyone else. That just feels tough. Well, of course, yeah, let you be absolute top tier Riz. Am I in doubt tier? No, I'm in Ornlu tier. The Madagascar server. Alright, ACC, I'm hosting the lobby. At the bottom. Oh no. Hey, I had a cute girl match with me on Hinge yesterday. Hold on, guys.
Oh, hold on, hold on. I spilled a little coffee. Be right back.
Did she ghost me already? Oh no.
Ugh.
A dating advice for what? Why? Why would this be relevant? Lure in? Oh, I absolutely have Dash as a pick on my Hinge profile. And guys, the engineers who built this aqueduct were complete doofuses. They just completely increased the length of the aqueduct for no reason. They could have just made it a straight line here. SMH. Anyway, ACCM is going to be the Cyan Gurjaros to the north, Margu the Grey Mongols to the southwest. Not very helpful. Yeah. No, honestly, I am the exact same person on dates that I am on the stream. There's really only one version of me, for better or for worse. Is filled with fish. Well, yeah, of course. And especially on dating apps, it's basically like a buffet of men that women get to be very picky with. Not possible? Oh yeah, that's true. Gurjara monks on dates? I'm probably just a few steps removed from that, to be honest. You're the aqueduct? LOL!
Namaste.
To laugh too hard at your own jokes? Oh, that I'm dunzos. After the Micah Parsons trade? Yeah, people aren't happy over here. I'm just glad he's not in the AFC North. Directed at me specifically? That's funny. They happy because Chicago's biggest rival got one of the best players in the league. I laugh harder at my own jokes? Yeah. Threatening them with military force? No, we didn't trade. The Cowboys did, and that's because the Cowboys are a clown organization. No, I think I do just fine on dates. I think that it's, at least in my experience, a lot of women on dating apps are just not actually ready to date. Or, like, I'll get one message, and then they'll just never respond after I respond to them back. Or, like, I'll go on a date, and then they'll be like, eh.
Namaste.
Why Chicago mad about it? Because the Cowboys gave the Chicago's biggest rival one of the best players in the league, if that makes sense. Personal experience? I mean, it is what it is. Anyway, what's ACCM doing with this uptime here? Okay, I guess it's gonna be for a tower rush. Which is, like, tower rushing is always fine. Although, honestly, like, with Gurjaras versus Mongols, I'd be fine just taking it in a more defensive game. Think of how the French would feel. Exactly. On the fish, Mongol hunt still should be faster than taking from the fish. However, Margu does have this house wall at least started at this point, so that's going to be totally fine for him. And in come the villagers over here to go for the stone wall. Market coming in, and so far, this tower rush is not doing a whole heck of a lot. Loom. I mean, it might delay the castle age time by, like, one more villager, but that's not really the end of the world. Gurjaras? Well, you can only fit so many villagers around the fish. Defensive tower coming in as well here for Margugu. He is mining a lot of stone anyway, so clearly he does want to go for the Mangudai. You don't have any stone within your walls, by the way, on this map. It's only on the outside. So it is something that ACCM could try and threaten, but you can't go underneath the aqueduct. You'd have to go all the way around. Alright, Margugu clicks up. 26 seconds idle time is definitely ugly, though. Should have gone up one bill later. Alright. Clutching in here for ACCM, but he's still kind of just smacking himself against the wall here, and you get in with the tower. There's still a secondary layer of house walls behind this, so this all seems perfectly fine for Margugu, but another defensive tower is forced out. So this will at least delay the castle further. It really starts with walls? Well, that isn't wrong. What? Wait, how did a Vil get over there? What on earth is this Vil doing? Oh my goodness. Nearly. Alright, ACCM himself is grabbing Loom. He's not too far away from clicking up. And the resources collected are in his favor. Yeah, I did have a pretty bad experience with Vil pathfinding recently. That wall has 39 HP. Alright, Castle Age is in, but... Oh, look at this. ACCM is sick and tired of being sick and tired. That tower is going to go down. Nothing you can do to save it. Margugu going to try and rush up a defensive castle. But ACCM is just cruising economically here. Like I said, tower rushing almost always feels like a good idea, and for some reason, I think I've never seen a tower rush v tower rush game. Well, he can't take the fish right now. Oh, the double fish. Anyway, ACCM will be forced to retreat for now. Just using the market a little bit.
Namaste.
11 Vils on the fish does seem a little excessive, though. I don't know if you really want more than 8 or so. Siege Workshop here. I guess to take down the towers. As ACCM is still going to tower the fish. The farming speed, significantly faster for the fishing. For, yeah, fishermen, it's... It's like 25% faster for fishermen, and that doesn't necessarily take into account all the walking that villagers do on a farm. So it's probably closer to like 50% faster. So always go on the fish when you can.
Namaste.
Anyway, Bodkin coming in as ACCM does have a bunch of archers from Feudal Age. At the very least, it might be tougher. Actually, not even. Can ACCM just go guard tower? Oh, nice hit there from Margugu, though. Gonna snag a Vil. Mongolian castle. Well, the gate is appropriately sized based on the scale of the castle. It's just all buildings in AoE 2 are way too tiny. Well, Mangudai production has started, but it's still a unit that requires more of an eco than the 32 Vils that you have currently as Margugu. Yeah, like the Siege Workshop is probably like 90% to scale, but this castle is like not even close. But the Siege Workshop is also the same amount of tiles as a castle, but obviously it's much smaller. Oh no, not the fisheries! Alright, stable coming in now, as well as a monastery. Oh, another nice kill there for Margugu, as ACCM is actually kind of getting wrecked right here. But the fortified aqueducts are down. And now we could have Margugu gonna try and go across the map with the Mangudai. There's still plenty of crossbowmen though. And the Mangudai are still as of yet unupgraded. Oversized in comparison to the wall? Yeah, they are. The Mongolian shrink ray. How do you think they conquered the world? They shrank all their enemies. Anyway, Wall's coming in here for ACCM. Oh no! A fine hit. Oh, that's gonna be another kill. Wow, ACCM's kind of flubbing the micro this game, guys. Rocks are certainly incoming here for ACCM. I mean, that's the thing with Sudden Disaster. It has some of the biggest upset potential of any tournament. I honestly think it would have been interesting if Hera participated in it. Because, like, I'd still favor him because I favor Hera in any tournament he enters, but there's a lot of room for upset potential. As things stand, though, ACCM's eco is still significantly better, although he's obviously far behind in Res Destroyed. And the Mangudai will very slowly start to get into the upgrades they need. University coming in. Oh, Bodkin's actually going to get denied. Gagara Armored Elephant Man. Wait, is it? Yeah, it's 30% bonus damage. Why is it 120? I thought it was 100 normally. I don't know. Guess it's 90. Alright, secondary blacksmith incoming. Oh, okay. That's finally a bit of a better hit for ACCM, and the market's also going to go down here. But ACCM has very few villagers on food at this point. It's mostly wood and gold, so clearly ACCM is not all that interested in Imperial Age, at least not in the near future. Yet the Mangudai numbers are steadily climbing, and that elephant's going to go down. Ballistics coming out for ACCM as well is going to be, of course, huge versus those Mangudai. And yet, if ACCM's trying to find an angle here that's going to be able to attack the TC without being attacked by the castle, that feels pretty tough. Against siege weapons? Yes. Busted in this mode? Not really. Mongols aren't the best low eco civ. That's good micro here, though, from Margugu, and the Mangudai are still going to run in and snipe, well, almost all of the crossbowmen. And you're going to run out of gold there as ACCM. Oh, Lumber Camp also desperately needs to be replaced, and there it goes. And with another archery range coming in at home, it's still just crossbowmen. ACCM, we need to have a talk. We need to have a talk about your performance. Yikes. Now Margugu has a huge lead. Uh-oh. Ballistics is coming in as well. Like I said, eventually those Mangudai are going to get their upgrades. Oh, Castle actually gets a lot of the Mangudai, though. They're all going to die. They're going to put the die in Mangudai. And ACCM, with that, is at least keeping himself afloat. Fire a burst of arrows, like, well, I mean, it's like you had the archers in the castle all fire a volley, and then they reload, and then they fire another volley. Indeed, the Mengi dead. Still, these guys are with +2/+2 even, as well as ballistics. Goals without goal? Yes, you can. It's Mongol, not Mongol. Ornlu is literally pronounced Mongol. Yeah, I know. Buried a lot? I mean, Empire has no one clear definition, so... The Mongols were still definitely an empire. Although you could say that there was only one single Mongol empire until, what, Batu Khan? Goal is pronounced goal? Yeah. English in it. Oh, you bet it's skirmin time. It's always skirmin time. Now, here's the thing, guys. ACCM actually is getting his food income going, although a lot of that was foragers. Okay, never mind. I thought that he was just farming a bit more intensively than he was. What a weird situation of a game. Another relic is coming in, and more villagers being sniped here by Margugu. Great job from him. Oh my goodness, the mangonel shots have been great this game for Margugu. More units dying here for ACCM, who still somehow has the score lead. But yeah, ACCM's macro has been quite good. But still, macro isn't going to win you game if you can't take good fights. And that's some very good micro here from Margugu. And those crossbowmen are so dead. Air Charmer, what do you know, Ensign Toast? They do. I mean, how many civs miss Bracer these days? Because in AOC, there were actually quite a few civs that missed Bracer. Well, actually, in Age of Kings, it was a lot. Relative to the overall amount of civs. And then every AOC civ was given Bracer. So that reduced it a bit. But yeah, I mean, the game started with, what, Celts, Teutons, Persians, and someone else. And Franks. Celts, Teutons, Persians, and Franks. 4 of the 13 civs all missed Bracer. And that percentage has just decreased every single time they've added an expansion. Missed Blast Furnace? Yeah, back in the day it was only Byzantines that missed Blast Furnace, and then Byzantines and Koreans were the only 2 civs that missed Blast Furnace. Anyway, Bloodline's now coming in, but, I mean, these Mangudai numbers are looking pretty darn good. Margugu's Eco is starting to come online at this point as well, and I would not at all be surprised if he got a faster Imperial Age, and he's got a better army. Yeah, pulls feels a weird pulse at Bracer. 4 missed blast for Ketons don't count. Oh, oh, looks like another Mangonel died right there. I don't know, guys. Margugu's looking to be in a great spot to go up 2-1. Eraser? Yeah, I knew somebody was going to mention that. Oh my goodness, hold on. The Travantras are coming in. They're going to get 3 mangonels for free. Holy cow. Byzantines, Vietnamese, Koreans, Malians, Khitans. Yeah, makes sense. But both Gurjaras and Malians have upgrades or bonuses that help counteract the fact that they miss Bracer with Farimba and then the extra bonus damage, respectively. So it's really Byzantines, Vietnamese, and Koreans are the only civs that have no Blast Furnace and nothing at all to compensate for it. Yeah, anyway, I feel like Margugu should just be able to get imp and win, but he doesn't have any gold income right now, which is definitely concerning. Because his army's still a lot smaller than ACCM's. The mangonels would have been huge in giving Margugu a greater degree of map control, but beautiful job scouting from ACCM here as well. And I don't know, guys. ACCM's clicking up too. It's not that far behind. Oh yeah, Lithuanians, another civ that missed Blast Furnace, but again, they have a bonus that compensates for it in at least a lot of situations. Because, okay, there should be some mangonels. Oh, guard tower. Mongol guard tower. Let's go, guys. It's honestly a good move. Oh, more Vills coming forward. Guys, the actual Vill numbers are even. Margugu is only very slightly ahead in the res collected. I don't think this one's over yet. All right, those villagers are still in the fog of war. Okay, you did see one Vill right there, but you don't really have a good idea of just how many Vills are coming forward to build that guard tower. Obviously, still only one castle for each player. I don't know, guys. Okay, that guard tower coming in is huge. If the mangonels just took a slightly different path to the south, then those villagers would have been seen. But now with 2 guard towers, it's probably fine. Also lose Bracer? I'd be fine with that. Alright, Imp is in. You're still 50 seconds or so off from as ACCM. But you're going to be getting a lot better of an army here with Margugu. Gurdars are a lot more popular because they just got a huge buff in the last patch. Camel Scout got buffed, and their Forage Bushes got buffed under their TC, getting 100 more food on them. Still, the important thing is that Margugu has access to gold again, which is obviously critical for him. Well, I say that, it's still precarious gold. Anyway, Bracer Chemistry both on the way for ACCM. No Ring Archer armor for either of these civs. Yeah, losing all 4 of those mangonels was so huge. And it really prevented him from safely securing some more gold income, which he desperately needed. Couple Armored Elephants in there. Bowsaw coming in, and ACCM's back up to the resources lead. Tamari Shiva Mahaja. Wait, no chemistry even coming in right now for Gray. And the guard towers will easily snipe the mangonels. I'm not honestly entirely sure why they're just sitting there. But that's a lot of ranged units here from ACCM, who's once again recognizing that skirmishers are the best unit in AoE 2. I guess just punching down that watchtower doesn't really matter all that much. But once again, guys, the gold income is heavily reduced for Margugu. I mean, he's got 3 relics, which is nice, but only 5 gold miners is not very impressive. And of course, the villager count is plummeting. I don't know about this, guys. ACCM trying to split up his units here. More random guard towers. But Mongol guard towers are such an unexciting, not an exciting thing to have right now. And yet he's going for the guard tower push, but on the other side, we have a lot of trebs coming forward. That is 3. And it looks like he is going to focus on the castle first. No way those trebs actually range the town center. All right. Oh, siege workshop. Interesting. Guess he's worried mostly about mangonels, which I guess I understand. Still, that... Look at how these units stack up, though. That's ridiculous. Yeah, they really need to address unit stacking in the next patch. Uh-oh, what are those vills doing? Okay, they can go for the Treb snipes. Oh! Okay, honestly, even if this fails, which it very well could, as the Trebs are going down, it actually is okay, because this forces the engagement, and that Treb didn't even die. Yeah, I think ACCM's got this. Yeah, that's not happening. Isn't that important? It still allows more of them to shoot all together. And it can also make it very difficult for melee units to properly attack them. Whoa, look at this castle. Oh my goodness, guys. ACCM gonna be going up 2-0 here. Wow. Where did this all go wrong for Margugu? It started when he lost all the mangonels over here. Well, 2-1, my bad. But he lost all the map presence, and he was never able to take properly efficient fights. He was never able to secure gold income very effectively. Losing all the Mangudai over here was a bit rough as well. And you are still heavily limited. And I think that he way overinvested into guard towers, because you just need the castles for Mangudai. You can see that his army he could not keep up in the production. Another wild game, though. ACCM is 1 game away from the round of 16, though. It is Gurjaras over Mongols. Wellsprings going to ACCM, so we got Ring of Reeds and Canberra next. Real skirm counters, cavalry, siege. Yeah, I mean, you absolutely need to keep the Mangudai with him. All right, Ring of Reeds is next. And Ring of Reeds feels like Bohemians or Khmer, honestly. Bohemians and Khmer are both good. I'd still probably go Bohemians if I was Margugu. If I'm ACCM, I really don't know. Canberra is going to be Japanese or Wu, so I guess you go Teutons here? Might be fun. Mangudai-sized duck or 100 duck-sized Mangudai? I think I'm dead either way. I mean, the duck-sized Mangudai bows are still probably more dangerous than a bee sting, and I don't think I could survive 100 bee stings. Low dash. Beat one gorilla? Yes. That whole debate online was so stupid. 100 humans absolutely beat one gorilla. Because that's a lot of people. I mean, a lot of humans would die in the process, but if you aren't concerned about casualties and just fling everybody in at once, yeah, that gorilla's going down. Alrighty, guys. Game number 4. Tournament life on the line. Margagu will be in the gray as the Bohemians to the west of Ring of Reeds. And to the northeast in the cyan as the Woo. It will be ACCM. Agent Smith Matrix fight? Yeah, no, that's not how it would work. I mean, there's no way that the 100 humans wouldn't have a massive amount of casualties, which, I mean, again, that would obviously be the case, but I mean, gorillas are strong. They're not that strong. How dominant has ACCM been? He's definitely looked like the better player. But he had a big bloopsie in game number 2. Where he'd lost track of 8 petards. And this is not the tournament that you want to lose track of 8 petards on. You know 100 wasp? No, then I'd end up dead. And then, then we'd have a kick situation on our hands. Only stick. Well, I guess it was the assumption that it was unarmed men. If it's men with sticks, as in sharpened sticks, like, you know, the old hunter-gatherer times, then, yeah, we could do it with... There'd still probably be at least, like, a few casualties, but, yeah. It's... Sharpened sticks that humans can throw are pretty overpowered. A keck situation? It's because I value human life so little. 20 in his castles? Oh my goodness. Anyway, Wu should still be a decent civ on this map. You end up docking a fair bit. There's still a very strong aggressive civ with men-at-arms. Yeah, it's still just a good civ all around. Kill a gorilla? Yeah. I mean, that's like saying, could one human beat 100 monkeys? Yeah, no, we can't do that. Even smaller monkeys. Okay, like literal babies, maybe not, but like 100 adult monkeys, yeah, we'd absolutely get obliterated. The gorilla murderer? No! I don't even... 10 monkeys? Maybe. Cancelled? Another victim of cancel culture? 5-year-olds? I don't know. I don't really want to... I don't want to fight 5-year-olds, though, man. Beat one gorilla? Oh my god. Anyway, Barracks coming in very early here for ACCM. I'm not trying to kill monkeys, man. I like monkeys, they're cute. Oh, scouts have even HP. Margagu probably gonna... can you go FC on this map, though? ACCM's already getting Loom. Gorilla. Oh, jeez. I don't know. Ask Harambe. Also, rip Harambe. It's when we entered the bad timeline.
Co žádáš?
What? Oh my god. I know. Harambe died on my birthday. It will forever be a stain on my May 28th, my birthday, for all of human history. Anyway, Margugu does look like he's going to try and FC this. Versus Emus, and that's true. The Emu War will never be forgotten. Losing a battle, several battles in fact, to flightless birds who just run away. It's like of all the dangerous things in Australia that could attack and kill humans, they lost to freaking emus, who pose little to no threat to actual humans. Alright, Feudal Age is in. Forward archery range for ACCM. He did go for a tower rush in the last game, so aggression has certainly been the name of the game here for ACCM in this series. Margugu is going to try and actually go for a castle by the looks of things, but it's still going to be really tough. I mean, he's just clicking up so fast. Pro Gorilla, or do I not? Old to cute? That's true. Well, also, aren't they losing to frogs? Or toads? I think they're toads. Anyway, it's just too malicious, so kind of weird to see a French drush, especially in this setting, but it is going to be enough to shoo the villagers away from these shorefish, so in that sense, it certainly isn't ineffective. A bat. We're like, oh no. Well, I'm glad you saved the bat. Anyway, Market Plus Blacksmith incoming for Margugu. I guess he'll still be able to click up. But this is pretty tough. Action for decades against each. Well, that's because you never, ever, ever go to war with an abstract noun. That's like Warring 101. Alright. It's basically a Phosphoru build here. He's got wood income, he's got stone income, he'll drop the castle right here onto the gold as well. And this could be tough here for ACCM. Wait, why is he building a watchtower? Huh? Guys, what on earth is this watchtower needed for? Unless... Is he really gonna go for a forward castle? What? Okay. I guess ACCM can't really stop that. Unless he saw the villagers going out, which he didn't. Militia are over here, scouts over here as well. Scouts on the move. Yeah, but unfortunately for ACCM, he is going to miss this. All right, here we go. Yeah, here we go. Honestly, this might be it for Margugu. I thought that it would be way too risky to go for the forward castle, but Margugu says it's go time. It's Vincent van Gogh time. And this is going to be a starry night for ACCM's chances in this game, most likely. Yeah, don't see this getting stopped, guys. Right? No way the castle gets stopped. No way the castle gets stopped. Nope. Yeah, that's probably it. Once again, the tower remains an ineffectual tool in stopping castles. And yet ACCM hasn't given up. I really don't see what chance he has in this game. Alright. I don't know, guys. I don't see this. Yeah, I mean, the Mangonel Rush is honestly scarier than the Petard Rush right now because you know Margugu has no food income. This looks like it could go to game 5, guys. The Vil counts are even. It's not like ACCM's getting Castle Age anytime. What the doubt, man? Oh my goodness. I mean, you don't even need to go after the TC, just kill all your opponent's villagers. Oh no. Yeah, the ACCM, I think, just clicked them on System Hunt, but then forgot to give them another command. Oh, you bet this is getting real GG real quick. Unless Margugu just doesn't repair. There we go. Now, Margugu himself has very little income, but he still got more than his opponent. Yeah, no reasonably competent player would lose the game from here. And as much as we like to make fun of Margugu, he is a reasonably competent player. Even I might find a way to lose? Oh, I can always find a way to lose a game. I'm pretty good at it. And we're going for it, guys. That is the fun of Sudden Disaster, is there are so many upsets that you can potentially get. 27 kills to 2 deaths is pretty good. Pretty good. Also, Bohemians are a silly civ, for what it's worth. Alrighty, let's see if ACCM is going to get knocked out. It all comes down to Canberra. That is the Woo losing to the Bohemians, and Margugu does have his #1 civ left. All going to be Japanese here for ACCM. Got Malay in the bank. I always like to have Malay in the bank. Why are Bohemians silly? Because on many, many settings, they are overpowered, in my opinion. Free mining upgrades can be super busted in low eco settings. You've been looking at Hofnitzer? Yeah. You're not joining AAVillains.com? Lol. Also, I have a very snoring corgi on desk. Yes, I'm talking about you. Sound like a motorboat. Anyway, it should just be Malay-Japanese here. Non-zero Teutons chance? Well, we'll see. I can't see the civilizations in game. Oh, the corgi has now moved. Now we are peak loafing. All right, guys. Here we go. Looks like, as much as I hate to see it, McNeely is correct, as we are in game number 5 for all the marbles. ACCM gonna be in the cyan as the balanced and fun Age of King Civ. And to the south, in the gray, as the overpowered new Civ. It will be Margugu. Oh man, interesting. It is currently, what is it, around 6:50 on this analog clock of a map. Japanese and Malay? Unlikely at this point. I mean, I'd like to see Japanese, Malay, and Persians all get nerfed on hybrid maps. In the AOK days, you know, it's all a matter of perspective. Oh yeah, I guess it would be like 550. Alright, so what is the plan here for Teutons? Clearly it's not going to be one that's centered around fishing ships, otherwise he would have just picked Japanese. Oh yeah, the legendary sudden disaster TC drop is pretty OP. Alright. Never see it coming? No, I think it's impossible to not see it coming because Teutonic Knights are so slow. As Teutons? Yeah, but you don't actually have to take the tower fight is the thing. The Teuton tower rush is only good if the towers can force engagements, because otherwise it's just you have a bunch of villagers sitting in a tower not gathering resources. All right, villager coming forward to dock here from Margugu. Oh, okay. Same deal here for ACCM, but gonna be a bit slower with the docking. 5 vills on wood already, 5 vills on wood already, and... Oh, gonna get a little ahead there in the Scout War. Not too sure what Margugu's doing. He knows he's clearly behind in the Scout War. In decent time, a very large number. No loom for either player. Oh. Nicely done, Margugu. Yeah. Yeah, nicely done there. That Bill's gonna need to skedaddle home. And she is. But you're already an entire fishing ship ahead as Margugu. You have the power of Malay. Is it? I mean, was this good for Margugu? I think it was objectively good for Margugu. He delayed his opponent's dock by a fishing ship. And now you're forcing the villager back home. And just try and push in one more deer. Look, as Margugu's a couple vills ahead at this stage. Still, Scout of ACCM does have more HP. Fishing ships are going to block there. That's cute. I mean, look at this, guys. He's going to be on 4 fishing ships to 1. Margugu says no. Or, I'm sorry, 3 to 2. Okay, that's a bit more reasonable. Still, the Malay player is going to be up so much faster. And ACCM gonna try and click up, but I mean they both click up at basically the same time. But one dude is Malay, and that is going to guarantee him a pretty darn sizable advantage here on the water. The age up bonus for Malay. Now that's the thing that makes them interesting. I would nerf their infantry armor bonus, because Malay weren't really considered overpowered before they got the infantry armor bonus. I actually think that the age up bonus is one of the more interesting ones in the game. Alright, so the ball is still in ACCM's court. Nothing he's doing right now is better done with Teutons than with Japanese. Okay, well that was kind of a little bit of the S word. On arena likes? I mean, Malay were the best arena civ in DE before they got the armor bonus. Like, they were already a top tier closed map civ. Alright, archery range coming in here for Margugu. Looking to go aggressive, and I guess ACCM is gonna go for a fast castle of some sort. Gonna just sell the stone. Into what? Does not have loom. So he's going for the fire galley. Guys, I am, like, so not sold on any of this. I mean, I guess you have enough for the one fire galley plus the loom upgrade. You sold all your stone, but I don't know, guys. Okay, and more open land maps? I guess. And ACCM is up. Oh, did he cancel the fire ship? No, he just lost it. Why does he do this wall? Because he's getting attacked from this angle? Okay, obviously ACCM is going to need to kill, and he's going to need to kill fast. But the fire galley helps out here. Now, the demo raft could still get a big hit in. Transport? No, not yet. This could be huge, though, for ACCM, and I think it will be if he's paying attention here. What? Okay, well, a little bit lucky there for Margugu. Still loses 3 fishing ships. He's going forward, though, right? Guys, I am so confused at the moment. Monastery? Huh? Okay, double monastery at home. But by the time ACCM even thinks about crossing the map, Margugu's gonna be in Castle Age with a gigantic economy. Again, okay, another couple fishing ships are going down there, but still, Margugu's ahead by 9 villagers, guys. And again, currently there is nothing that is being done by ACCM that isn't done better by Japanese. They would be a bit better at fighting for water early on. Their own monk rush is still very good. And their fishing ships would have been far less exposed. I mean, now the cheap farms are nice, but you'd rather just have the better monks in the first place. Yes, you can convert petards. You don't even need redemption to do so. Oh, those archers are actually trapped. That's a really cute move. And now long-range healing. Okay, there you go. That's utilizing Teutons. Oh, that actually is utilizing Teutons very nicely. Up, Margugu! Oh my goodness, guys. That's pretty funny. DE path. That wasn't pathfinding. He literally he clicked on the other side of the wall. This was the only way to path to it. Yeah, that's not a DE moment. We had a DE moment earlier in this series, but that ain't it. Forcing the deletion right there, and I mean, to be fair, oh, that's one way to grow your eco. All right. Now ACCM's going to be going on over to Stone. It is only 1 fishing ship. And now the scout production has started here from Margugu. Pathfinding? Yeah. Alright, guys. You're still going to hit Castle Age very shortly, though. Another unit being forced to be deleted, and there's no barracks or anything like that, so no spearmen can be made by ACCM. Means that the scouts are going to be a very, very strong choice. But now that the dock is dead, you'd think that Margugu would add in a few more fishing ships at this stage. Again, I still don't prefer ACCM's position. You can just see how far behind he is in resources. But it's far from an unwinnable game for our Cyan player. Mangonel's coming in too. Gonna pick up some more relics here, potentially. There's the barracks coming in as well. Fervor! ACCM just going for all the relics, but the scouts are going to come in here, and there really isn't a whole lot you can do to stop that. Unless there's an Insta! Insta! Alright, Spearmen are on their way, and the Teuton ones even get that little bit of extra melee armor, which is nice. Oh, that fishing ship's getting rocked, guys. Well, resources destroyed are actually still slightly in favor of Margugu. And I'm still not super convinced at all here for ACCM. You can go for a castle in just a moment. It can either be an aggressive or a defensive one. I think you can justify either. Personally, I would go for a defensive castle, and that is indeed what Margugu's doing here. And I don't think there's any way ACCM's going to even know about this, and even if he did know about it, I don't think there's anything he could do to stop it. In fact, it would probably just end up losing a Mangonel and some monks. Okay, Outpost is there in a good spot. And nothing you can do to stop it. Okay, the triple delete I don't think was necessary there. Plus Trebs? Yeah, so long as Margugu isn't trying to go for a petard transport, I think that almost anything else he does can be... Anything else he does can be completely fine. You only need to go for the transport play if you think you're not going to win the game normally. And right now, Margugu is just going to win a normal game. And like how we're going to jump in here and easily snipe some stuff. Okay, that was an underwhelming demo hit to say the least. Still, this is fine for Margugu. Defensive castle into forward castle. Yo, dog, I heard you like castles. Okay, real talk, guys. Teutonic Knight's not the worst unit here. Now, to be fair, you can castle drop from this location as ACCM, and that's exactly what he's doing. The demo didn't do anything, remember? Okay, ACCM does need some good monk control here. And that's basically what he's getting. Uh-oh, guys. Margugu's literally ahead by 2,000 resources collected right now. I don't see him stopping the castle, though. He doesn't have a siege workshop or anything like that. Oh, boy, look at this. We all know ACCM's a born winner. Like, he will just find his win condition wherever he can. That castle's obviously very well positioned. Gonna deny the only goal. What is it? Oh my goodness, guys. Another castle's coming in. Oh, wow. Is this going to be a doubt castle for ACCM? Wait, why aren't you garrisoning? Uh-oh. It's a doubt castle. 100% a doubt castle. You have 2 castles right now as Margugu. He's got 14 vills on food still. I'm still not loving this play from Teutons. Malay are just so much of a better civ. And even if ACCM goes YOLO for it here, what on earth is this going to do? You just can't deal with 2 castles. Again, look at this difference in food collected. $16 Karambit's even still out. Yeah, no. Margugu gonna knock out ACCM, guys. Lowest value? Yeah, basically. Wow. ACCM not sending enough vills forward, and he just did not anticipate castle number 2. These monks don't do anything. Well played, Margugu, indeed. I still don't really get what ACCM was doing this game. Well, that's not... You can't even in a petard rush. Tried towers instead. You need to go for the castle. It was the only thing that would have worked. If this castle goes up and this one doesn't, then the game is completely over in the other direction. I still don't get the Teuton's pick at all here as much as I love the Civ. I mean, Margugu's getting ready for castle number 3, guys. We're still at 20 or so karambits. Yeah, I mean, what else can you do? Now, there is a non-0% chance that ACCM wins this game because it's sudden disaster, right? And he still has a way better army. But I don't see it. I don't see it, but it... Margugu shouldn't have won game number 2, and he did. So... yeah. Oh my goodness, guys. Here we go. Yeah, here we go. Oh, wait, hold on. This fight has to happen first. ACCM gonna try and go for all of these conversions, but it's just not practical to convert so many karambits. Oh my god, he used up all the conversions on just like 2 karambits. Oh my goodness, this is so over. You don't even get to go for the ram play. Karambits are just way too numerous here. The monks are awful against them. And that is it. Siege tower. Sure, why not? Who cares? What a... how on earth are those rams supposed to get to the TC? Oh no, he didn't start that wall segment! If this wins the game, guys, I won't even know what to say. Heck, this TC's probably going to go down first. Guys, something tells me this isn't going to work. Oh, hey, the castle did go up. What do you know? I don't know, guys. Yeah, this is it. ACCM's out of resources. This is so freaking over. You don't even need the siege tower. G to the G. Wow, Margugu beats ACCM 3-2. And I just don't like his approach at all in this game. It was a complete throw in game number 2, which he should have won, and then he would have won the series 3-0. And I mean, it's just another example of I don't like ACCM Civ choice. I don't like his strategy with the Civ. Great stuff. I mean, Margugu found his win conditions for sure, but ACCM played sloppy. And that's what happens when you play sloppy. Well done for him, though. All right, what's the next one? Fun series, though, for sure. So it says that Heart versus iBuyPower is next. Competence, and the one game that was purely mechanical was absolutely won by ACCM, and it wasn't even close, which was game number 1. Ah, okay. Heart versus iBuyPower is already in game number 3, and it is 1-1. Can we have another upset here? Failed to download match content. Is that because the game is over, or because DE is being DE? Who knows? Well, we'll give the game the old restart. That's Rise to Commentator Supreme? I don't think so. That's wild. All right, so I don't know the order of the wins. Doesn't really matter. But iBuyPower is going to be in the blue as the Way, to the southwest of the map on Arena, and to the east in the red as the Malay. It will be Heart. So it's the Malay versus the Way. I do need to take a quick break, though, guys. I'll be right back. Uh-huh.
All right.
Amazing casting, you know, I only do the best casting. Alright, so let's see what's going on here. This does look like Imperial Age, and the Wei player hasn't already won. So I've got my doubts here. Also, one dude's making skirmishers, and it's not the Wei player. So this really feels like a shoe-in here for Hart. Let's be real. Skirms are about to be fully upgraded. Splat. God, the Civ is so garbage in late game. Oh, not quite a splat yet. Oh boy, so exciting. You do have a slight Vil lead still as I buy power, which is nifty and all, but yikes. The Xianbei Raiders even have very good upgrades. I guess you can go for some Tiger Cav. Gotta be careful there. Remember, the Traction Tribes still don't one-shot Bombard Cannons. Well, to be fair, the Wei are not a Siege Civ, they are a Cav Civ. Help them out? I don't know, man. It's such an annoying unit to balance because it needs to fill both the role of the Bombard Cannon and the Trebuchet. Anyway, that castle's gonna go down. Nothing you can do to save it. And now High by Powers needs to go skirms himself. Oh my goodness gracious. It is blue Chinese. Space Scorpions. Interesting. The AoE database never updated the Three Kingdoms. Rip. Oh, it's hard to hit the Bombard Cannons with them. I mean, the fact that Bombard Cannons have 100% accuracy is huge, and I wanted to check the projectile speed of the Traction Treb, which also feels slower than the Bombard Cannons, although I don't know that for sure. Midweek Madness? I do not know if there is even a next week Midweek Madness. Honestly, a couple of Tiger Cav might not be bad just to mix in here. Those Traction Traps aren't being helpful. Anyway, I don't think you even come close to winning this fight. As I buy power. What a joke of a Civ, guys! Like, that was such a straight-up awful fight for I Buy Power. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Oh, once again, all of the YouTube messages pop up at once. I don't think they get bonus damage against Vils, because nothing gets bonus damage against Vils. There are a lot of Raider units in the game, and none of them get bonus damage versus Vils. Team game Civ? I mean, Wei and Shu are always going to be at least a decent team game Civ, but they still don't really excite me all that much. Anyway, Blue's going to try and make some Tiger Cav at this point, and +2 defense is going to be nice. And there is a world in which Hart does get caught out of position by this. And the Traction Trebs are at least dealing okay-ish damage to those random skirmishers. Get bonus versus Vils? Nope. There isn't a villager armor class, so it's impossible to get bonus damage versus Vils. Oh, nice bombard cannon hits there. Wody McWodeface? I don't think so. I mean, there are units that are intrinsically raiders, like Berserks. But I don't think anything else has the raider in its name. My goodness, guys. A few arbs here will go a long way. Yeah, Tarkans are, again, they're sort of implicitly raiders. Oh, boy. I mean, you can snowball with Tiger Cav. It's not impossible. And Hart is going to need to fall back here a little bit. Pikeman upgrade coming in. And the Way player does have a decently better eco, honestly. All those free defense upgrades are really handy, though, for Hart. Oh, that was a fail! Oh my goodness, that was such a fail. Hart just got a Tim Castle. Uh-oh. Well, that ain't too bad. Oh, we all missed Tim. Remember, you don't get extra stats for killing villagers. Only military units. More traction trebs going down. Honestly, you could go for Shenbei plus Tiger Cav. I mean, you have enough stone for another castle, and honestly, you might win this just by ecoing. Halb on its way. I mean, it feels like you want something better than just skirms against the Halbs. It should be the Shenbei Raider, I think. Way unique techno. You are getting actually kind of out of gold here. Relics are very slightly in favor of Hart. More bombard cannons coming in. Conscription just now on the way. No husbandry yet, though. That feels like a huge fail, honestly. What the heck? Homie just lost almost all of his Tiger Cav for free. Tunshin? Who cares about Tunshin right now? Traction shrubs cut trees? Yes. Tunshin engines? Oh my goodness, guys. 42 kills on those bombard cannons. It does feel very vulnerable. And yet, you still have more income here. But Hart securing resources to the north of the map, I mean, he's fine. More trash units for our red player. Well, if he had stables, he could research husbandry, which would be very, very nice to have. One bombard was sniped by the traction trap, so that was nice. I mean, the macro has honestly been better for iBuy power. But Hart's KD is excellent, and he's well ahead in resources destroyed. Hart, yeah, it's a little bit of a fail. I feel like he's really just trying to use the Tiger Cav as like a raiding unit instead of just like go attack the skirmishers with it so they can power up. That's it. These are better fights here for IBP. And another traction trap goes down, and this Tiger Cav are going to get obliterated by Halbs. Like, a full-on Exodia obliterate. Okay, there's Husbandry finally coming in, I guess. But yeah, it's just trash units right now. Just attack the skirms, dude!
Oh my god.
Yeah.
30 kills still on the bombard cannons. Handcart coming in, that's going to be a big one. Selling 500... I guess he wants Elite Tiger Cav? But you don't really have that much time. Remember, you only have 2 castles. You really don't want to lose this one. And now Hart securing more resources. Okay, I think he does want Elite Tiger Cav. Although blacksmith upgrades are also not that great. He's just missing a lot of upgrades in general. Elite Tiger Cav is also very expensive, by the way. It's like 1,000 food. Like, I don't know if it's 800 gold, but I think it's like 1,000 food. Gonna try and build another castle there at the back, and I mean, Elite Tiger Cav is gonna come in, but still, without a lot of important upgrades here. Well, Elite Tiger Cav is in. But they're gonna just die horribly to Halbs. Also, you might want to pick up Mingguang armor. I would imagine it helps versus Halbs. I don't know for sure, to be honest. But it's still something it makes sense that it would still have. I mean, it's still a lot of melee armor. But yeah, you need to dive onto the skirmishers. That's the thing, because then you'll kill a bunch of skirmishers and make your unit super strong. Not the worst engagement ever. I mean, the populations are still comparable. But it feels like you're running out of Tiger Cav very fast. Oh, don't attack the barracks, man! Oh, is he losing vills? Oh, those 3 units killed 12 vills. Okay, there are only 11 Halbs left, though. Like, it's a lot of skirmishers. And yet, it feels like the Tiger Cav are just perpetually fighting not skirmishers, you know what I mean? Oh my god, those skirms are getting so much value. And you're gonna get another castle in here in a moment for Hart. I mean, it just feels like skirms. Attack Halbs. Tiger Cav. Dive on skirmishers so you just get to your plus 40 HP and plus a bunch of attack. I mean, these aren't knights. They're a different unit entirely. Overall, units trained is actually in favor of iBuy power, but despite having 4,000 more gold and double the stone, it doesn't matter because 1, his civ isn't very good late game, and 2, because this is a thing. Petards? Really? What? Oh, I guess he never got Town Watch. He doesn't know about all these outposts over here. This is so bizarre, guys. Number was the units created? It's right here. 354 to 307. dear, 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 dear. At this rate, yeah, you bet he's just gonna destroy the TC.
Yep.
Guys, do you think Red knows that this is coming? Guys, what even is this? The res destroyed is like hilariously in favor of red. Wow. 206 skirmishers to 116. The bombard cannons did a ton of work. Like, look at all this Xianbei Rider and Elite Tiger Cav, and it's like not even close. That is just really annoying. It's like, yeah, iBuyPower should have played better, and also, Wei just looks so underwhelming. All right, so I assume we'll be jumping into game number 4 here shortly. Still several more matches today. Is better units needed? Well, I think that is an issue of one not recognizing what you want for the Tiger have.
Ugh.
I mean, also, Wei aren't really that great of an arena civ. I don't know why people keep on picking them there. Base with traction chips? Well, how do you do that against bombard cannons? Feels, tough. Be easy? I mean, it's really tough to balance, right? Because you don't need the extra upgrade for them. S tier arena. What? That's so weird. He's super high level, yeah. Alrighty, guys. It is Palisade Socotra. Tournament life on the line. It will be I by Power in the red as the Bohemians to the north. And in the blue as the Georgians to the southeast. It will be Heart. Bohemians are a little bit of an interesting pick. To me. I'm a little, because you can't really FC on this map. You don't have any resources, any gold or stone resources inside your walls. If you did, then I could totally see an FC working. No, I think Heart's just going to play aggressive Feudal Age and keep I by Power stuck at home. At least I would assume so. A little bit of Le Marino. Gonna take down a few of the zebras. Let's see if we can get the elephant. Exclusive? I guess my guess is that the game is already going to be mostly over by the time a church rush would be relevant. Meanwhile, nothing too bad happening at home for Hart. I mean, he's going to be a little bit behind in resources, at least to start things off, but now you're kind of forced to go forward as I by Power, so it's going to more or less balance out. As long as you can maintain constant villager production, it's all good. Hart's going to grab the elephant there. Actually, no, he has I by Power hasn't scouted. Oh, rip. He could have just made a beeline across the middle of the map. And Trush with Bohemians? That's certainly possible. No loom for either player. Smack. 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 Well, got some more kills coming in over here.
Ano? Darbu.
The scout should die as soon as it turns the corner. Oh my goodness, the scout escapes. Wow. Mule cart number 2 coming in actually here for Hart. This is actually going to screw him over if he's trying to... Okay, no, he's not trying to age up. Remember, 2 mule carts do not count as 2 separate buildings. You need the mill. Uh-oh. Still. Seems like a pretty darn strong start for Hart. Just a villager ahead. No loom in yet here for I by Power. Witched? Yeah. There you go. I guess you have more forage bushes than normal on this map. It's a mill cart. Anyway, still able to take plenty of zebra here. This still all feels very good for Hart. He's not too far away from clicking up. He's only just now going to forage bushes.
Dar Buch. Ano?
Still nothing too crazy happening so far. Now, Hart, is he going to click up now? It looks like he wants to, so is going to be going for the fast up time. Also, he doesn't housed, so he can't click up. Oh, speaking of being housed, do you guys know if there's a way to get rid of the flashing yellow thing by your population when you're about to be housed? Because it's really annoying to me.
Ano?
Co žádáš?
Like, especially in early game, it's just like blinking on your screen even though you know you're going to be building a house. Kind of curious as to what this is. Just going to wall this entire side of the map. But yeah, Jurchens are not the civ you want to play on Socotra most of the time. Unless you plan on not laming, but I kind of would like the idea of being able to lame. Yeah, but like, is it realistic for me to mod? Oh my god, he is walling the entire portion of the map. No way. What, dude?
Dar Buch.
Alright, well... Okay. Incoming tower rush plus archers, I imagine, for Hart. And I still don't really see... There's not more food. Yeah, there isn't any extra food on the side. Tower coming in. This doesn't feel like it's going to be getting very far in life. Also, the fact that iBuyPower is up so much later and is only a little bit ahead in resources is not super good either.
Doesn't have enough walls for the both of us.
Yeah, guys, on what planet is iBuyPower ever going to get Castle Age? You still haven't finished all the deer yet as red. You're not even close to finishing all the forage bushes. Stage Bowl. Yeah, like I said, I don't think you can FC on this map very effectively. I mean, maybe iBuyPower can prove me wrong, but it's not like Ring of Reeds where you have the shorefish to gather from. In fact, your food income is less than normal on this map.
Ano?
Defensive tower incoming? Ugh.
Jsem připraven.
Ugh.
Ano? Jsem připraven. Dar Buch.
I mean, I guess you're still closer to Castle Age, and that's not without value.
Ano.
But you're gonna need another tower over here. I think.
Jsem připravena.
Is
Co žádáš?
Ano?
okay, sending the higher HP bills forward. I mean, this isn't, like, perfect for Hart, but this still feels good enough. 3 villagers in that tower. Wait, why did he build this tower in range of this tower? That doesn't make any sense. The worst tower rush I've ever seen.
Ano.
I mean, I wouldn't say this is an ineffective tower rush. iBuyPower is stuck in Feudal Age. He's not really going anywhere here. But it is a tower. I don't know. What's the consensus on Johnny Depp at this point? Do people hate him or love him?
Jsem připravena.
I guess it depends where you fell in the whole Amber Heard debacle with him. Well, it's not really much of a tower rush for iBuyPower.
Dar Buch.
Is there a consensus? I don't know. I didn't really follow the drama. I mean, honestly, blue isn't that far away. What? Oh my goodness, guys. That's why I thought he just needed the tower. Opinion? That's fair. Also, no double bit axe in for iBuy power. I don't think he even has enough stone for a castle. At least it's gonna be close.
Ano.
Well, archers are forced back at least a little bit for now. And there you go. iBuy power's on his way up, and Hart still isn't all that close, but that tower's going to go down in an instant, and that means that you need another tower over here, which means you don't have enough stone for a castle. iBuy tower. That's good. That's real good. Last forge bush is even going to be getting denied. And you... What? Yeah, Red just going to come in with an outpost over here, make sure his opponent's not taking gold, which he's not going to be able to do. Maybe you have enough stone left. I mean, to be fair, like, Hart's still very far away from clicking up. But you're gonna need to get a castle, like, maybe right here at the front of your base. Oh, wow, it's actually mining stone. Oh, Hart never scouted that. Ooh, was off by one tile. That's unfortunate. All right. And apparently is incredibly small. Oh, that's funny.
Žádáš. Ano.
Ano.
Jsem připraven. Ano. Jsem připraven. Ano.
I don't know. To me, it seemed like one of those things that it was a very mutually abusive relationship.
Žádáš.
And people decided to take sides and completely forgo or forgive one person's actions and harshly condemn the others.
Ano.
And all of it just kind of got aired out in public.
Jsem připraven.
Alright, Archer has found a couple of extraville kills. Anyway, happy castle age! Hart gonna click up in just a moment, though. And obviously he's way ahead in economy at this point.
Žádáš.
You can't just call iBuy Power a hussy.
Žádáš. Ano.
SMH. Oh, those ones just back to mining stone. What's he gonna do about it? Dox you, man.
Jsem připraven.
Wasn't iBuy Power the one who did that? Or was that someone else? Alright. Now he's gonna go on over to gold. Oh, that was Duduju. My bad, my bad. Hearts TC, I don't think you would have been able to do that.
Co žádáš?
Zdař Bůh. Co žádáš?
Well, Scout gonna discover those vills. But you're pretty well defended at this point as Hart. Now, he isn't super close to... Actually, no, he can buy enough stone for a castle, most likely. Monks? Okay, so what is the plan? We got a fortified church coming in. I don't think Hart can castle drop iBuy Power's TC without there being an enormous amount of, like, telegraphing of that. Castle drop the TC, that's true. Redemption coming in, though. So just going to be looking to convert the Hussite wagons. Eco's still a lot better for Hart overall, of course. But not mining any stone. To be fair, Hart is a former AM player, and they don't like mining stone. Georgians do miss Atonement. Can stop it? I think iBuyPower would be able to stop it with the Hussite wagons. Alright, Redemption's in. Honestly, I feel like there is a world in which Hart isn't committing enough to not dying to a bunch of Hussite wagons aiding a castle drop, which I think is exactly what's happening. Because I'm pretty sure a castle over here ranges the TC. I'm like relatively sure that is a thing. Oh, okay, so he's not going after the TC. Why is... What? What in... Okay, Vills are gonna... Someone want to explain this to me? I don't get it, guys. Just not at all prepared to deal with monks. I think that's 3 conversions for 3 monks. I guess it was only 2 conversions, but
Jsem připraven.
this makes very little sense to me. Either you rush up the castle or you don't. Well, that's not going to get iBuyPower very far in the tournament, and he will indeed be eliminated. And Hart's going to move on to the round of 32. And now we're going to go to Ganjinikov. We're in game number 1. Alrighty. Resignation? Yeah, seriously. Alright, guys. So, Ganji gonna be here in the red as the... Whoa! Burgundians to the west. Nikov going forward, like, instantly. Whoa! Okay. Nikov, he's ready to rumble. Nikov is up faster. Midax on the way. I mean, this is a really slick build here from Nikov. He's got a forward barracks, too. He's tower... Holy cow, Nikov isn't messing around. Upset versus Viper? I'd say maybe 25, 33%. I'd say similar to the odds of Margugu upsetting ACCM, which obviously just happened. Well, repairs are coming in. I imagine Ganji is still gonna be okay. Yeah, he is. Demo Raft coming in. No repairs there. In fact, that Fire Galley is stuck, so that still feels pretty good for red. That said, being off gold is a little ugly. We got an archery range coming in. Just now, the first fishing ship is coming up at home for Nikov. I just love that Nikov went to town, man. Yeah, that is true. That said, the defense of Ganji has been quite good. Res collected are still in favor of our red player, although he wasn't able to get many eco upgrades. I love how that villager is safe, though. Random archers are over here, but the first skirmisher is out. So this is all still perfectly fine for Ganji. He's going to be able to start gathering gold here to the south. Defensive watchtower. He's even going to find some more forage bushes. So, start this off. Good stuff. Yes, the infinite wisdom of Peregrine Took.
什么
Vos ordres?
Vos ordres?
Well, the dock is going to go down. The 2 docks here from Ganji are certainly doing their job. And recognizing that his opponent can't really do a whole lot else at this point. Only the 3 fire galleys to ensure that you win water, and then there isn't a whole lot left you can do at that point as Nikov. So, good defense so far. Now, there will likely be space for one more demo ship. And honestly, that was a pretty nice hit. I don't actually think it's enough. Oh, Nikov! Nikov! Look at that. Got it! It wasn't even a Nikov moment. That was a Nikov moment. It's all about the inflection.
Vos ordres?
Getting those kills, guys. Now our blue player has the resources lead. Oh my goodness. If they liked it once, they'll love it. Okay, that was more of a Nikov moment. Look, the repairs are still coming in. But yeah, that build will eventually die. Nobody's close to Castle Age at all.
何种命令？ Vos ordres?
Flexioning.
Abutravis. Vos ordres?
Right, 8 fishing ships, though, here for our blue player. Although the shore fish are going to run out very soon, so you need to start fish trapping as Nikov. There's the market coming in for him. And so far, right now, it is going to be for the skirmishers. Wu, though, of course, with the power of the Qian swordsman. Still a very fun and balanced unit.
什么 Abutravis.
iBuyPower decided to throw the game at multiple points.
是。准备就绪。
Alright, so Ganji is back up to fish moving, but still half the fishing ships of his opponent, but these are still going to be a lot of idle fishing ships very soon. Infantry? Yes, but nobody complained about Huskarls, and the Qian Swordsman is literally just a Huskarl that you don't need a castle for.
Bonjour.
People complained about the Swordsman line not being viable,
何种命令？ Vos ordres?
or some infantry unique units not being viable.
是。
Island in the Arabian Sea? Yeah, I mean, I don't love the Bohemians pick there. Bohemians are only especially good on maps that you can, you're allowed to skip Feudal Age on. The Flemish Militia? Not that well. Alright, now the barracks coming in, and this could be a very rough situation for Ganji. Oh, I mean, never ever doubt the almighty skirmisher.
Si.
Fort Ville is kind of interesting from Ganji going to the south, but he's still so far away from Castle Age that there's not likely that much you can get done. I mean, Nikov isn't walled whatsoever at home. Yeah, this does feel like kind of a fail from Nikov, though. I mean, he's just out of food income. Not that it should be too big of an issue in the short run. So we're going to be a triple barracks Qian Swordsman, again, because it is both a fun and an interactive unit. Few units in AoE2 are as fun and interactive as Qian Swordsman. There's the blacksmith going to be there as well. Oh, the peasantry. Or Qian Swordsman queued on up. And at least you're now starting to add in the fish traps. And probably pick up Bowsaw without any difficulty, or just go for the Siege Workshop. Sure, that works too. Got a stable on the way, but...
什么？
Good old unit with 2-5 armor that requires no upgrades.
何种命令？
And also regenerates HP.
Vos ordres?
Scale mail armor coming in.
不走。 Torres. Ra.
何种命令？准备就绪。
Guys, isn't this unit so fun? I freaking love this unit.
什么？
It definitely does not power creep Huskarls.
Si.
What the heck is that? Ornlu? Since when has that been an emote? Oh, those vills are kind of stuck there. Castle coming in defensively. Well, they have 2-5 armor in total. The unit's actually terrible in Imperial Age. It's just straight awful in late game. But in early Castle Age, it's super OP, so it's just a very, very rough
准备就绪。
unit, balance-wise. So the castle will defend Ganji in the short run. But being behind by 13 vills, I'm not entirely sure how he can
何种命令？
Bonjour.
actually get this one. Although the eco balance for blue is pretty darn sad. Polarizing stuff. Yep.
Torres.
准备就绪。
3 militia. Oh, yes, there you go.
什么？何种？
I mean, I actually like the infantry HP regeneration bonus. I think it's perfectly fine.
准备就绪。
But
什么？准备就绪。
overall, Wu not in a great spot. Oh, hey, look at that. The Wu Fusilier. Gonna go for the TC. I don't think this should work in terms of actually just straight up killing them.
什么？
Actually, just using them to raid. Pretty funny. And again, Nikov's eco advantage is giganto-enormous, even though his eco efficiency is terrible, because that's like Nikov's #1 weakness. The Wustelier.
什么？
20 dead villagers right now for Ganji.
何种命令？
Still not entirely sure about just abandoning the Rams like that, though. It feels like a pretty heavy loss.
准备就
For the love of doubt, Nikov, please build another lumber camp! Vill's going here to the north, and Nikov doesn't have any vision of other parts of the map. And he's actually, because of it, going to be going for a wall at home. Kill TCs? I mean, Chance Swordsmen aren't like the best anti-building unit. Their base attack is still fairly low.
什么？
Castle? Yep. Almost enough stone for one.
准备就绪。
But is it triple tunnel vision? Anyway, the scout and the skirmisher over here, so Ganji can still win this one with the surprise castle drop. That is the magic of sudden disaster, after all. Yep. I mean, a castle that actually ranges the TC is almost certainly GG. Because you are unlikely to be able to actually kill the TC with all the Fusilier here. I mean, a Mangonel coming in. So, here's the deal. If Nikov... Okay. I don't think Nikov's going to see this coming at all. Especially since his focus is going to be over here. Oh my goodness, that is brilliant. Okay, wow. That was... Okay, that was really impressive.
Si.
He still might be dead. Castle, I think, is close. Okay, he's actually going to come home with the Rams.
何种命令？
Alright. I mean, you are going to be able to repair the TC for a while. Yeah. I actually really like this move. Nikov isn't hyper-fixated on sniping the TC. He's still looking to win the game. Honestly, this is a really, really good game from Nikov. I mean, look at the eco difference. It's comical.
准备就绪。什么？
It's like how we call them Ferrari Rams, and they have the same exact movement speed as pre-buff infantry without squires.
什么？
Yeah, homie's going for the petards, of course, but he's got, like, no eco at home. That's a double conversion. Nice attack round as well. Holy cow, Nikov is playing this well. Well, that just happened. Yeah, super impressive game from Nikov, honestly. I mean, yes, Gen Swordsmen are a silly unit, but Nikov's map awareness was really, really good.
准备就绪，
And finding the right angles to attack, bringing home the Rams was the perfect decision. Honestly, really good stuff. Well, he couldn't have kept the Bastards in much longer because the castle was getting rammed down. That way, because he was trying to rush down the Rams before they could take down the castle. We kill the Rams not that efficiently. Alright, Arena is going to be game number 2. That was the Burgundians losing to the Wu. I mean, petards are like the petards get a good amount of bonus damage, but it's still 2 petards, I think, to snipe a ram. So it's not very efficient. That is the wrong tab entirely. All right, so game number 2 will begin relatively soon. "35 seconds. No one plays Return of Rome. All right. Classic matchup going to be happening here, guys. I'll start a riot. Oh my goodness. Nikov going to be here in the blue as the Portuguese to the north, and to the southeast in the red as the Bohemians. It will be Ganji here on Clowntown. Anyway, guys, I need to take a quick break. I'll be right back. Anything thrilling? Get tested for diabetes.
Esto pronto.
I think I'm fine.
Sí.
All right, so it is going to be for the tower rush for Nikov. Normally, you don't tower rush the gate.
Hola.
Because the gate has more HP than the stone wall does. But I guess it's a bit harder to wall behind? Huh. Not too sure. Anyway, Ganji's still going up super fast. Because everybody sells their stone in this game mode, you can go for some very fast up times. Somewhere? Yeah, I went to the bathroom. It was very exciting. Yeah, I mean, the villagers are still doing the same amount of damage to both walls and gate. Yeah, look at this. I mean, he's literally changing his target, so this slows down the tower rush. Yeah, you can afford to have so few vills on wood, thanks to the 50 wood savings here as Bohemians. Revalens with the 33 months. Thank you so much, Revalens. Alright, there's Castle Age coming in.
Ornlu high.
It's quite high up there. Oh, yeah. Alright, so Castle Age coming in here. Can just go for a siege, workshop, and monastery. You got the stone wall now going to come in here in just a moment. Gonna buy plenty of time.
Ano.
Right. Hola. Esto pronto.
And as things stand, we're just going to have our red player up in the Castle Age in just a moment. Yeah, fun. That's usually what I say. Someone says that they're going to go to the bathroom, I say have fun. But I also like to throw people off. Okay, that was a little awkward there for Ganji, but yeah, he's doing just fine.
Jsem připraven.
I honestly might even just preemptively build another stone wall there, but it's really not that big of a deal. 44 seconds to Castle Age. Fletching is in for Nikov, hasn't even started to farm yet. Actually, neither player has, but X just now coming in for red.
Ano.
If you're subscribing, you can if you wish to.
Right.
Žádáš.
Ano.
And you don't get to ads.
Co žádáš?
Useful for you? Yeah, that's a good one. Alright, Siege Workshop. Cancelled. A lot of ills on gold here for Ganji. Kind of surprised he doesn't have more on wood. But he will be able, of course, to go for a mangonel very shortly. And Ganji Scout's also going to go down here. The emotes, that'll get you too. Ganji just now going to be going on to stone. Notably, he did not even have to sell stone to get his lightning quick uptime, so great start for him. For real fun? Oh, that's great. Oh, I never thought about that. So, Nikov going to be sending way more vills over here to gold, so that I guess he can buy food for Castle Age. And another layer of walls is incoming. I guess he's, let's say Ganji's going to be waiting for the second mangonel to start going after the enemy towers, which is fine. Res collected are back to being in favor of Ganji though, and those free mining upgrades for Bohemians are pretty wild. But then again, everything about Bohemians is pretty wild.
Esto pronto.
But that's also kind of true with Portuguese, so it all balances out. Ganji has 0 vills on food though. First monastery is coming in for him. And I was actually waiting for a third mangonel. And those bills are just going to be making their way home. And at the very least, Sneakov has a ton of map control. They're going to be going in for the forage bushes, and I guess he's just kind of hope that Red isn't scouting. Obviously, that bad boy's going to go down real fast. Sneakov is going to want to move those archers out of the way, or he could just lose them to mangonels. That's also an option. There you go. That's your answer. I'm glad you enjoy.
Esto pronto.
So, Castle Age is incoming. Nikov still has a ton of ills on the gold, so I would imagine it's just going to be for a lot of clowning. Squires, it's okay. They also don't have husbandry. Reinforces their slower but more efficient identity compared to their neighbors, the Spanish. PC is in danger? I don't think so. I think he's going to hit Castle Age and just drop a bunch of monasteries and be fine. That said, Johnny's getting close to his own castle prop. Yeah, here we go!
Вашим службам.
Not sure what these units are doing. Not that these vills are really in all that much danger anyway. But yeah, this could be looking real rough here for Nikov. I don't know, guys. The pure tower rush on Arena specifically feels like, or like, you know, the Winchester style tower rush feels like it's a lot less exciting than it used to be. On a lot of other maps, it can still be very good, but on Arena, it feels like people are getting really good at defending it. And I think on Sudden Disaster especially, because all the uptimes are super fast, you have much less of a window to do anything. That said, Defensive Castle's going to be here. But then, if it's just kind of castle v castle, is there a world in which you can get to Imperial Age faster as Nikov? That feels like a pretty tall order. Again, especially with the free mining upgrades. Old and jaded, that's also very true. Still, those villagers have been discovered, so Nikov a little bit hopeful there that they would not be discovered. So those vills are going to have to run. Yanti's still slightly ahead in resources, but the villagers, I guess, can be helped out by the archers, and that's a nice scout kill onto the monk, so that's all very well done for Nikov. Extra layer of stone walls coming in. I mean, it's true that Red has very few on food. But the power of the market will not be gainsaid. Elo? Yeah, I mean, it requires some practice to deal with it. I mean, it's not like I'm perfect at dealing with it. But I generally feel like I have a pretty high win rate against crushes. I mean, so much of it is just not panicking and getting the stone walls down behind. I think that's just in part because build orders are so tight. Okay, this is another nice kill for Nikov. Oh! Why is Ganji going for petards? Huh? I'm pretty sure he knows about the, yeah, he knows about the castle. And rather the first Bill snipe. They do. I think they should not, but they do. Alrighty. Guys, I don't get this one. What does this castle give you? Okay, I guess Nikov just builds another one too. What? Oh, look at that. Look at that! Oh, well, actually, that's kind of a fail. Well, okay, that's a nice,
Zdasz Bóg. Ano.
guys? Why didn't Ganji just click up to Imperial Age?
Sim.
Angle which you attack? Not really. Unless... No, because there are trees here. So you can only go around this way, so you're still too close to the castle. That's kind of the issue. Now, there should be no world in which Ganji gets up to Imp faster. In theory. Nikov also has 2 relics. But yeah, obviously that's a big old doubt castle. Would reach the TC. A Treb would, but you're not getting to Imp faster if you're going for the YOLO secondary castle drop. Garrison, no, they cannot. Neither can organ guns, for that matter. More broken on sudden death. Hey, yeah, Portuguese are insane on sudden death because of Federias. Yeah, you can see that even losing all of those vills, Ganji would be significantly faster to Imperial Age. Alright. Even though he's going to be slightly faster to Imp, he would be significantly faster to Imp if he didn't throw away all those villagers. You know what I mean? Nikov's still gathering with those vills on the outside. You could have just chased them down with the Hussite wagons. And TC? I mean, maybe, but this feels like a much more consistent approach. Thanks, Wild. Well, I mean, he's the one with all the map control. I mean, look at it. He's just spread out all over the side of the map. Yeah, Ganji super dead. Oh, he's gonna petard his own TC! Betrayal. Why is Ganji super dead? Because Nikov has a vastly superior imp, or eco, 2 castles for Treb production.
Quite.
I don't know, that feels pretty dead to me. I mean, you're gonna lose the forward castle, and then what are you gonna have? Yes, those bills are gonna go down. Hypecaptain, I mean, you know I'm the worst hypecaster in the universe. I mean, happy Imperial Age here to each player. Nikov is now with the big ol' resources collected lead, double Treb production. I don't think he can, though. Vaderia coming up the back here for Nivok. Yes, of course. I mean, Federias in general are broken in sudden death. Yeah, I mean, 2 Trebs to 1. Even if Ganji had Bombard cannons, it would be difficult to range the Trebs from that angle, which I like. And another Treb on the way. Chemistry is about to be in here for red. And neither player really has any stone with which to repair. It's a lot of resources for Nikov's own chemistry upgrade, to be fair, as well. Like this wall? I think it would be tough to get the wall down and get the Trebs in position to snipe the TC without the Trebs just being sniped by the other Trebuchets. Yeah, remember, the Vaderias are like another 11 villagers. Like, technically they're population inefficient, but population efficiency doesn't matter in the slightest in this situation. Okay, hold on though, guys. One, Nikov has actually lost a decent amount of vills. But he's... Okay, that was a fail. Gonna have triple siege workshop. Oh my goodness. Still, you can park the Trebs here at the back. No way Ganji has this, right? You don't just have a Doubt Castle where you lose half your eco. Oh, go get him, Petard! Go get him! Oh my goodness, the value. Oh my goodness, guys. Repairs are being attempted. Oh, is it enough? You're gonna run out of wood almost instantly. Oh, he's out! He's out! He just stopped repairing for a second! Oh my god! 9 HP! It's so over! Wow! Wow. Oh my goodness, I thought Ganji was dead to rights. Yeah, I was able to snipe the TC. Yeah, honestly, the Faderia probably should have just been more resources for repairs or getting more Trebs and stuff out. I still think that Ganji would have won this game harder with without the Doubt Castle. But Ganji said so undeserved. Nah, it was deserved. It was Nikov's fault for not paying enough attention. Yeah, I think Nikov really needed to defend that castle. Bohemians get the win on Arena. What a surprise. So we have Akare, Skakuza, and Jungle Rumble. That's a lot of castle HP, that's for sure. Alright, so Akare's next. Bengalis feel like the no-brainer choice, and Vietnamese maybe for Ganji. I feel like that would make a lot of sense. We'll have to see. This is going to be the last series of the day I cast, by the way. I'm going to work on that tier list. Alright, Akare in a minute 15. Kill TC pretty fast, to be fair. Did I daydream? I just generally don't pay attention to the stream. I try to ignore you guys as much as possible. It's mutual. Alrighty, guys, here we are. Game number 3. It is all tied up at 1-1. Sudden Disaster really is all over the place. But Nikov is going to be the blue Saracens. He could have played Bengalis here. I guess he's going to save them for jungle. I mean, to be fair, Bengalis are one of the best civs on Akare and Jungle Rumble. But Saracens are a pretty interesting one. I wonder what the plan is here. Looking at my phone? No, I'd never do that. Never, ever while streaming. It'd be very irresponsible of me. So, Vietnamese are definitely, I would say, like, the more safe and straightforward civ. They still have a good eco, and of course, double castful Rattan Archer production is going to get you a lot of strong unit quite quickly. You want to get a wood and gold unit most of the time if possible, as they're easier to afford in mid-game. With the exception being Conquistadors, because they're so freaking powerful it doesn't even matter that they cost food. Second castle, it doesn't really matter, so long as Nikov didn't make a beeline for the other side of the map. Which would have been very awkward.
Amron.
So, to me, the ball is still in the court of the Saracens. To be fair, they are a good monk rush civ, and generally, monks are one of the better answers to the unique unit play. That said, Ganji's Vietnamese pick was really obvious. It was the only decent civ he had on this map. And I don't love the monks versus Rattan Archers. And Nikov is going to be going for a dock up here to the north. We'll have to see if Ganji's interested in doing that as well. I would imagine not, considering that if he was doing it, he probably would have gone already. In fact, Ganji doesn't even have a lumber camp yet. What's he up to? Nikov scouting with his, well, scout over there. And we'll have to see what the plan is for Ganji. Oh, wait, he docked to the south. Oh, my bad. Missed that. Okay. So, again, you gather the fish much faster from the deep fish, but there's only 600 food here versus the 3,200 food up to the north. Thereabouts. 2,600 this generation. We have seen YOLO castle drops on this map, and we've seen them be effective and ineffective. But it is at least an option for either of these players.
Amron?
I smoke? No. I don't even like being around people who smoke. Alright, just pushing in the Ibex. And at the very least, the fishing ships are coming out faster for Nikov. Essentially one fishing ship ahead. Wait, I didn't even know you could full wall this. Oh. Wait, why has no one tried this before? Did everyone else just assume, like me, that you couldn't wall on the rocky terrain? But I guess it's just layered rocky terrain. This is why terrain layering is evil, guys. Alright, feudal age is faster here for Nikov, who's ahead by 3 vills right now. Bad koala? Oh, I must not remember it. I mean, it's not that many resources to wall. For full walling? Not that I can think of. Unless another unit runs by here. Or unless the arrows reset if you garrison a Ville. Maybe that's something you can do. Because otherwise you just have to keep on attacking the Gaia walls unless an enemy unit runs in. But maybe if you garrison the Ville, you can kind of prevent it a little bit. I don't know. Anyway, it's going to be a 5th fishing ship. One might even call it a 5th ship. Get it? And Nikov is going to have what is very likely a strong fast castle timing. Anyway, Ville's likely going to be going forward here. And there we go. Still not too sure what Nikov's going to do in Castle Age, though. I mean, I guess you could go for double Castle Mameluke production, although you don't have any Vills on gold right at the moment. Anyway, there you go. Is Nikov going to send a bunch of Vills over to gold? That is the question. Oh, look at these outposts, guys. He does not want Nikov sneaking through, although I have actually seen players, or at least once, somebody send all their Vills right through the middle and then block it anyway. Okay, well, I was wondering if Nikov was going to send a bunch of Vills to gold, and yes, he is doing so now. There are barely any Vills left to even take from the Ibex. Transport ship coming in, so you can start picking up those relics, says Nikov, who then cancels it. Another victim of cancel culture. And Ganji's just straight full walling. I don't know, guys. This just feels like a better build for Nikov. He's ahead in resources collected and going to be getting to Castle Age faster. And having more fishing ships out sooner is certainly a big part of that. And you're even going to run out of food here relatively soon. There's only 200 food left. There are no shorefish down here, remember. It's just the 3 perch. Alright, happy Castle Age for Nikov, and indeed he is going to start his Mameluke production. Okay, the 2 transports feels a little bit excessive, I'm not going to lie. Dock coming up to the north. Eh. Okay, seriously, why is Nikov going for a second transport? Hopefully he realizes that if it's a mistake, because 125 wood is not cheap at this point of the game. Mangoes? Oh, we've seen it on the koala map. The map of the koala. Okay, I did cancel it. There's plenty else you could spend wood on. Okay, dock does go up, so that's something for Ganji. It's going to force the reaction from Nikov. Although the monk is going to be able to pick up all those relics without any issue. Fire galley also being made here to the south. Yeah, we're at 4 Mamelukes. Also, looks like they were just able to run in. Oh my god. Come on! You spend all that time walling? Just dodging all the arrows anyway. I mean, your opponent's gonna have 6 Mamelukes out by the time you're even in Castle Age. You're also getting the extra resources from the relics as Nikov. Um. 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 Bactrian camels? Because the original ensemble devs thought that it would look cool. Yeah, because the original devs paid really close attention to realism. Oh, jeez, even that fire galley's deleted. I mean, this is just a sad, sad game. Sad game. Yeah, there's definitely zero racism involved with a veiled guy riding a camel throwing scimitars to be the main Islamic Empire's unique unit. So... And the Mamelukes just escape anyway. Oh my goodness. Yeah, camels were very rarely used in actual combat. That's mostly an AoE invention. But it's useful to have a mounted unit that's good against other mounted units. So from a game design perspective, it makes sense. And even if they weren't used in actual fighting very often, camels were still used by all of the camel civs as beasts of burden a ton. It's good. It's pretty good. Not amazing, but it's pretty good. Bloom coming in.
مستعد. أمر.
And yeah, don't really see how Nikov loses this one. Savor oversaturation. It was the only way they could get rid of him fast enough, guys. Again, I would be really sad if they changed Mamelukes. Like, if they changed Mamelukes to be something more realistic, like, it feels like it's just getting rid of so much of the charm of the game. Like, yeah, the original version wasn't politically correct, but it was the late 90s, man. $300s? Well, yeah. Oh, no. Pick their blade up. Oh, yeah, that would be a great gameplay mechanic. Guys, why is this game still happening? Can someone help me out here?
Điện hạ có gì sai bảo?
Always have... Oh, yeah.
Kiến điện hạ.
People would be very unhappy if they removed Mamelukes. Or reworked them so that they made more historical sense. In turtle ships? Well, the turtle ships are... They had their attacks reworked, but they still look and act just like turtle ships. For the time. What was good about AoE is that it encouraged a lot of people to learn history. And even if it wasn't accurate and there was stereotyping involved, it was definitely not from any sort of malicious intent. And like I said, it's all about encouraging people to think more about the world. And you can do so in the context of a video game, which is always a lot of fun. So even if AoE itself isn't a good historical tool, it is a great way to get people interested in history, which I think has a ton of value. Wait, why does the flag look different? Normally it's 2 flags right here. Okay, yeah. No idea why that game took so long. It was an absolute slaughter. Nikov had a way better build, faster castle age time, got his army out way faster, and it just wasn't very good. Not sure what happened there for Ganji. I guess that was Nikov's #1 home map, but yeah, I think Ganji thought something would be good, and it just did not turn out well. Still fun and cool? Absolutely. Positive, absolutely. It's basically Kingdom of Heaven. Even though it came out before Kingdom of Heaven. Alright, Rumble Jungle. I know it's Jungle Rumble. Okay, so that has to be Bengalis for Nikov versus probably Byzantines for Ganji. Absolutely. Again, I don't blame AoE for being racist or uncaring of other cultures or what have you. Even though, again, I would hold modern stuff, modern additions to the game, to a higher standard than those from the earlier game. Job interviews, not even close. And I failed to download match content again. Awesome. Freaking love that bug. It makes me so happy. All villagers are white. Oh, yeah. All 21st century versions of language? Well, sometimes there have to be concessions made because you need voice actors to do specific languages, right? To do the different voice lines. Sometimes that's easier with languages than others. Hence why we don't have the native Gothic language speakers giving us Gothic lines in AoE 2. The only one that's really bizarre from the original games is that they used some weird Mayan variant. I mean, it's not weird in that the language is weird. It's just for Aztecs, they used a variant of Mayan, which there are literally like over 1 million Wahatl speakers. You'd think that you'd be able to find one in Texas in the late 90s. It plays literal Nazis, oh jeez. Like, even in the World War II Call of Duties, you don't specifically play as the SS or whatever, you only play as the Wehrmacht. Alrighty. We are indeed here on Jungle Rumble. Tournament life on the line. It will be Ganji in the red as the Byzantines to the south, and to the north in the blue as the Bengalis. In my opinion, the #1 civ on this map, it will be Nikov. Sell games in Germany? Exactly. And I think that it would... It's not like Call of Duty cares about controversy, right? It was Sishin who did the non-military Inca voice lines. I mean, to be fair, I'm sure you could find a native Inca, or like somebody who could do voice lines in the Inca languages,
Presto.
which I guess that's Quechua. But obviously, back when it was a mod, they didn't really have the resources for that. AoE 3D? I'm sure they did. Again, AoE 3DE had way more resources than the original Forgotten Empires mod. So, you know, like in AoE 2, you try and make things historically accurate these days when possible, but you'll always have to make considerations for making a fun and logistically reasonable game. Any country. So Ornlu AoE can play as, I don't know, Tonga? Oh, we're going full Tonga, guys. We're gonna be like, it's Tonga time, and then Tonga all over the place. You research concentration camps and secret places. Jeez.
Salve. Hey. Hi.
Maybe the microstates. Guys, we're gonna play as the Vatican in World War II. We're just gonna let Mussolini take power and then do nothing. Yeah, implementing stuff with people that are pretty universally considered evil, like the Nazis, and making them like playable factions. That's like a real gray area where it's like, it's one thing to depict them in a light of understanding, or even one of entertainment. But yeah, things can get really awkward really quick. Which whitewashes everything. Yeah, it's one of those things that I don't necessarily hate, like just on principle, but I would have a lot of red flags raised. Yeah, Byzantines fell in April 1453. I think it was April. What's 5 plus 3 crocodiles on this map? Gotta be careful of the crocs. Might just destroy it. I think that there are reasonable ethical considerations that can be argued both ways. I mean, I understand why Sweden wanted to be neutral in World War II from, like, you know, geopolitical perspective. I don't think there's really much of a need to be neutral now.
Hey.
Hi.
It's like most, you know, states, empires, countries, kingdoms, whatever polity you want, could be considered evil, depending on the situation, and especially look through a modern ethical lens. But then you get, like, the really extreme examples of the Nazis, of, you know, Stalinist Soviet Union, Maoist China, where it's like, you just killed a ton of your own people, where it's like, ugh. And killed another. Oh, that's actually really cool. That's, I wouldn't keep that, or I would keep that. Absolutely. My grandfather was in the Pacific Theater in World War II. I don't think there was really much left. He was like in a newspaper, I think in China after the war. And he still had like a clipping of that, but that's probably with my relatives somewhere. But he didn't kill anybody. He was a medic.
आदेश
Remember? Yeah, I think that it's a cool token. POW count? Wow. Otherwise, that is a very concerning series of ethical conundrums.
Hi.
Current terrorist organizations, playable factions. Oh, that is also really sketchy. Yeah, that is real sketchy. Like, there's a reason you don't play, even in like all of the modern combat simulators, you don't ever play as Al-Qaeda.
आदेश
You don't play as ISIS. Sympathizer.
Hey,
We're here to do one thing and one thing only. Killing Nazis.
तो यार
Anyway, there obviously hasn't been anything very interesting happening in the game so far. Nikov's eco is looking real good, though, as the Bengalis. Remember, you get 2 villagers per TC.
तो यार
Both players are mining a ton of stone, but the build seems a little off for Ganji, because he already has enough stone for a castle, but it is clicking up later than you'd want to.
Pero,
Dress them like insurgents. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of very, shall we say, poorly covered references to terrorist groups, but you never just go out and play as them, right? Anyway, Nikov's got these archers here to protect the villagers.
आदेश
Didn't enjoy Inglorious Bastards? Oh,
तो यार
I liked it. Not the crocodiles!
Hey.
Wait. I thought he just dropped the castle on the wall. Why is he really just trying to punch his way in? You can't punch your way out of all your problems. Okay. He totally had the stone for it. Wait, did he not? Was I looking at the wrong player's resources? I might have been doing that. My bad, I was looking at Ganji's resources. It's all good, it's all good. Siege Workshop Monastery coming in. Yeah, my bad. Radicalizing me? I'm really hard to radicalize, man. I'm super boring. Alright, so Ganji gonna be with the defensive castle and the fast imp. So even if the resource balance wasn't perfect at the start, he is still likely gonna be getting a significantly better Imperial Age time. Easy to radicalize. That's true. I mean, Tarantino is very much a love it or hate it kind of director. Anyway, Imp is on the way here for Ganji. Nikov is going to be taking a much more Castle Age heavy approach. The issue is that it's really tough to actually go for these big Armored Elephant plays because they require much more of a food eco. Well, I don't get any good Tinder dates, man. I've never once matched with anyone on Tinder. Join terrorist groups? What, because they are on Tinder dates? Right, I don't go that way. Anyway, this doesn't feel like it's going to be especially successful for Nikov. There's a defensive mangonel here. Overall defense from Ganji is very good. And that, even though Nikov is way ahead in the villager count, there really isn't going to be a way to stop the trebuchets. I mean, there's the whole lot of very strange and uncomfortable power dynamics with men and women these days that you're only starting to come to grapple with as a society.
आदेश
That was canceled. Five more things. There's a joke in Yu-Gi-Oh! The Abridged series that I'm by a lot of things, but lingual isn't one of them. Well, those monks were sniped, but I really don't see how you deal with trebs. Give you a wife? Yeah, there's a lot of... There's both the very real concern of male loneliness and disenfranchisement that's happening all over the world, and also the very real that people are not dealing with it in very helpful or productive ways. Remember, guys, you need to destroy both TCs to win. It's not a destroy one TC thing. Okay, got 2 armored elephants. You still have 2 defensive mangonels, though. And this still feels like an overall good spot for Ganji, even though he is far behind in the score lead. Are Rotha's balanced? I don't really think so. Lose them? I mean, I think that this defense has been brilliant here from Ganji. 45 wall. Now that's how we AoE 2, kids. Ah! Yeah, I mean, like, this just isn't happening. Guys, this is as likely to happen as I am to get a job in the near future. Okay, from that, it's just really sad. Talk about trying to find a sense of meaning and belonging in, like, literally all the wrong possible places. Anyway, Ganji now has a big score lead. Enjoyable people, yeah. Ganji comically far ahead in resources destroyed. Now, Nikov isn't, like, dead, as Ganji's still going to need to find a way to cross the entire map, and that's not going to be the easiest thing to do, but we still have to give our red player a pretty sizable advantage at this point. Castle coming forward here. And I feel like Ganji should still be able to do this. Right here. Goes your Eco KD. Nikov's also almost chopped through, but I mean, Ganji gets the win here, then we're suddenly at game number 5, and Ganji's one game away from taking down Nikov.
आदेश तो यार हाय
Pikes! Oh, res destroyed? I did mean res destroyed. So, the military score is 10% of all resources destroyed. Now, it does include buildings as well as units, so it's not the most reliable or most useful stat in all cases, but it's still not a bad idea. They can see that, 14,000 resources destroyed by Ganji versus almost 4,000. Obviously is a huge difference. ISIS? It's a weird stream we have. Or a weird chat we have. But there aren't a ton of people watching, so I really don't mind meandering from the game, unless there's obviously something really intense happening. Anyway, I mean, again, reasonable attempt from Nikov, but Ganji still in a very strong position. With the white flag. I still give players their Russian flags if they're from Russia. I don't hold AoE2 players accountable for the actions of their government. Mostly because I don't want to be held accountable for the actions of my government as well. Alright, castle coming here forward from Ganji as well. Do what you like. Ballistics is coming in. Oh wow, the other series has already started. I did say I wasn't going to cast any more series after this, to be fair. Well, I don't really watch superhero movies. White flag for yourself. The self-imposed white flag. I mean, it's one thing if somebody genuinely doesn't want to be associated with their country, right? Then you could give them whatever they want. But unless somebody tells me that, I'm not going to do that. No, it's more than just Putin, but obviously Putin is the biggest driver behind it. Oh, is Dave getting off? I mean, if I have around 200 viewers, that's kind of the break point of is streaming economically worthwhile for me at any given point. It's somewhere around there. I don't know, like, this, if there's like a specific number or whatever, but from what I've done of my own analysis, that's basically where you're getting close to minimum wage. I paid its athletes. Oh, that's funny. Oh, he has. Oh, I'm sorry about that. I hope he feels better. I don't generally wish ill of other people. I'm very bad at that. Again, valiant attempt here from Nikov, but there's a Roman numeral 4 here and a Roman numeral 3 there. Who did I vote for? I voted for Kamala. Was she my favorite candidate ever? No, but in case I don't really make a secret that I think Trump is horrible. Those crimes he did. Oh yeah, convicted felon and all that. Your Roman numerals. Even when you're wrong, yeah. Alright, castle coming in. Yeah, so it's both TCs need to go down. But even if neither TC had to go down, the chances of Nikov winning this game are... Well, actually, he has a score lead. Again, the macro of Nikov is quite significantly better, to be fair. But you got the pikemen coming in, you got more monks. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of that's in villagers. I mean, look at the difference in idle time. Or sweaty. I mean, tournament games are always going to be pretty sweaty. The smaller ones? I mean, I still would imagine the smaller ones are easier to read. Again, this feels like such a valiant effort for a completely doomed proposition. I am Delita, thank you for the raid. Murder hole's coming in as well. Good monk control here by Ganji. Yeah, I don't really know what Nico was trying there. Again, he just doesn't really have much way to destroy castles. Now, to be fair, he does have pikes for his siege elephants. And they're either very close to Celt siege rams or maybe even slightly better. Like, they're right around Celt siege rams in level of being good against buildings. But obviously, he's still needing siege engineers and the elite upgrade for that. Does he control monks? Yes. He is very good at that. I can even just start converting the elephants. Well, I mean, yes, you can be way ahead in villagers, and Nikov's actually found a way to click up to Imp. But there's still 3 trebs out. I mean, again, Nikov is doing all the things that you would expect of somebody who wanted to make a big comeback happen. And you gotta give him a lot of credit for that. I mean, just, again, massive difference in resources destroyed. But of course, no bombards for Bengalis. There's no Bengali bombard blasters. Oh, that's another castle sniped, and playing Snipe the Castles here against Nikov feels like a great way to secure the win. It is. But remember that it's still, the win condition is sniping the TCs. I mean, has Ganji overinvested into monks? Yes. Yeah, now you can start thinking about sniping TCs. But now some skirmy upgrades are incoming. And the map should be basically out of stone. Yeah, the map is literally out of stone at this point, so there's no real way you can add in more castles. And I don't see how you're taking down 5 freaking castles, and you kind of need to go through at least most, if not all, the castles to get to the TCs of Ganji. This is late. Oh, that's a lot of very sad things happening all at once. And a 1. I don't think he does, but I don't think it matters. Siege elephant coming in, but you've already lost all of them. Now, here's the thing. Ganji himself can't really go for another castle. I mean, he could try and buy the stone for one. He has 51 bills on gold. After all, you have all this in the middle here. Faith coming in, too. Still, with 5 trebs... Honestly, these troops are all kind of out of position to protect the town center. And Nico has to know exactly where the trebs are, and he does. Real quick spelled like Quick Trip, my favorite Minnesota/Wisconsin-based convenience store. It's actually not a bad one. There's one in central Illinois that I stop at on the way when I went to St. Louis. What's Ganji doing, guys? I feel like Halbs would make a lot of sense. Onager! Okay, here's the thing, guys. This is getting to a lot of siege elephants. I thought it was unrealistic for Nikov to try and elephant ram his way to victory. That's also a lot of armored elephant. Still, it's nigh impossible to replace the Ratha. I mean, it's just one castle worth of production. Yeah, you'd think he would continue to invest into halbs here. I don't know. This is a really interesting game. Like, it's one that I just kind of assumed that Nikov would not be able to take efficient enough fights against Ganji, and on the one hand, I feel like he probably can't still. And yet... I mean, guys, these siege elephants are really freaking good. And really underrated unit. Like, look at that. Castle's getting freaking deleted. And that's even without siege engineers in. I think. No way. Nikov has double the pop still. Oh my goodness. What? Oh my goodness, Ganji. Not investing enough into things that aren't monks. Holy cow. This is incredible. Like I said, I'm telling you guys, there's a lot of siege elephants. 16 siege elephants! What? What are they attacking? Is that a palisade? No, it has too much HP for a palisade gate. The skirms are countering the onagers! You know, tip my hat to Nikov if he wins this one. I thought this was a completely unwinnable game for him. But talk about just hanging in there, spamming units at your opponent. The KD's actually kind of even at this point, even though the res destroyed is still so heavily in favor of blue. But Ganji's macro behind this honestly just hasn't been very good. Now you're going to be on one castle. Literally 4 castles died in like 3 minutes. This is so crazy. Wow. Yeah, honestly, the macro really did slip a lot for Ganji. Nikov deserves our faith in this one. He kept his eyes focused on his potential win condition. 275 units trained to 150. Way more of everything collected except stone, which they mined out in equal numbers. Yeah, I really think Halb was very necessary and overinvestment into monks. I mean, you had 48 conversions for 42 monks, which in theory is good, but I still feel like just throwing halbs at the problem is probably a better idea. UTC, yeah, but how does he stop this army? Now you could, I think there was a time, like right here when you still had castles, that you needed to just go for the TC snipe. Yeah, but that was a really nice comeback. Like, that took both Ganji slipping up and Nikov playing insanely well. Both of those things had to happen, and that is what happened. So Nikov gets the W. The George W. Anyway, I kind of want to keep casting, to be honest. Okay, we'll cast at least one more series. What's this one? Beacon Andy versus Stonefleet. Hey, Smiley. Let's see here. Update this. think Andy is up 1-0. That's at least what the spec dashboard says. Must be having a good time? You bet. Dating advice? I never asked anyone for dating advice. Hey, it's always a good time with the Ornlu chat. Anyway, explosions? Anyway, Stone Please as the Chinese is kind of a weird pick. It's a weird blacksmith deck. Do I even make half of minimum wage from Twitch? Time check? This looks like it's probably just before 2, right? So it's probably like 150. Thanks for watching, Hassan. Oh, Dave, thank you for the raid. Heard Dave isn't feeling well, so hope Dave is gonna be doing better. Fishing one with BMW sunglasses. Oh my goodness. Anyway, we are on super speed here because we just jumped from the end of the Nikov versus Ganji set. Now we're going to Andy versus Stone Please. And I think there's one after this. It is Sitaux Kingstone is the last series of the day. So hopefully you'll be joining us for that. Am I jug? Why would anyone do that? Oh my god. Okay, that's great. Micro from Stone, please. Alright, Andy up 2-0. Waiting to happen? Yeah. I remember, like, somebody posted a picture, like, it was a woman who posted a picture of, like, a bunch of guys' dating profile pictures, and it was so many people who were, like, in their pickup truck wearing sunglasses, and it all just looked like the same picture, like, many, many times over. It was so weird. Alright, Skukuza is next. Big fish rate. People in their trucks doing their hunting and their fishing. It was a good idea? Who knows, man? Who knows? "48 seconds, and we're gonna get into Skukuza." It's what always. Alright. A fishing celebrity? With his videos? That's wild. Alright, guys, we are here on Skukuza, game number 3, Sudden Disaster. Andy 1 game away from the round of 16. And we will be doing this all weekend. I'm actually visiting some friends tomorrow, but I'll still be back in time for streaming on Sunday. Besides, I'm allergic to cats, so staying over is kind of a rough prospect because they have 3 cats. So, Ornlu is basically the histamine fairy. And the Timberlake and DiCaprio, yeah, you could certainly make that argument. All right. Andy here going to be in the orange as the Georgians, as we say in the business, the Georgians. And to the south in the blue as the Incas. Tournament life on the line. It will be Stone, please, who is already out here with his militia. Kind of going in the wrong direction. Yeah, he doesn't see exactly where his opponent is yet. Eagle is busy pushing in the various huntables. It's one militia, but without Loom, those villagers are at least going to have to flee for now. Or not. You just take a very good fight like that. It's a male loneliness epidemic. That's funny. Alright, Loom is coming in. Andy's going to be dropping a barracks of his own, so you don't drop a barracks this early unless you're really trying to go for your own militia. What did these ostriches ever do to you, man? And the zebras. Yoangans? The Gungans? I think you mean the Gungans. Yeah, this is current patch. What would change if it wasn't? I don't think either of these civs really changed in the last patch. Oh, unless you're talking about the hunt decay. Yeah. Well, Scout is a little low in HP, but is nevertheless going to get the villager kill. And he did take 1 extra hit. He didn't need to there. TLC, seriously. Even worth it? I have no idea. I mean, if you're forcing out an early militia from your opponent, I guess it kind of evens out, and you technically do get the food savings as Incas. Any indication? I feel like it also is like a certain type of person. Like, obviously, everyone has different tastes.
Get you arse.
Alright, we're at 2 militia, soon to be 3, so still 1 more infantry unit for Stone, please. Who is slightly ahead in resources, at least for the time being. And yet, the weaker HP Bill was sent home. And only now is Stone Please going to the middle. Generalize 4 billion people? It's tough, man. Andrew Tate, yes, those people are what we call sad. Alright. Still a bit of an early lead for Stone Please. I don't think he ever got Loom. I can click. No, he did not get Loom yet. So, more of an investment early on for our blue player, and yet he is still slightly ahead. Nevertheless, I still feel like for this to be worth it, you need to actually force Andy off of the hunt. And that feels like it's still going to be tough to do as Andy's making more of his own militia. Yeah, catfish can get huge. We have them in the Mississippi. And they're gigantonormous.
Get you arse.
I don't know if they're invasive or not. But yeah, there definitely isn't anything in the Mississippi that can go after a giant catfish. K-pop Demon Hunters? I have not. Alright, here we go. It's robot fighting time, says Andy. 3 army per player. 4th militia is out, but so far Andy taking some nice engagements here. It's more militia! More, I say! Welcome to my stream. Around mill? That would be a weird one. I don't know if that'd actually be worthwhile, but it's at least kind of funny to think about. American chart interesting.
Zanept.
That's very true.
Igostrei marjwe.
I mean, okay, we're looking at 6 militia here. The scout can't really fight because it's on 5 HP. Is this going to be a good enough fight here for Stoneplease? Andy's KD is insane, but units are now dropping on both sides. Stoneplease has 1 villager killed. There are 2 low HP vills over here. Andy needs to pull those guys back home. So that's going to be 2 more dead vills as Stoneplease is not looking to go out of the tournament just yet. Oh my goodness. Wow, that looked like it was such a bad start for Stoneplease, but then all those vills started dropping, and now Stoneplease has a 6 villager advantage. And I don't see any low HP vills here that are going to end up dying to the militia, and that is exactly the case. 5 villagers killed to 1 in favor of our blue player. Remember, he's just made more militia. Only by 2, actually. Yeah, just taking those better engagements. Oh boy, more militia. Andy is a BF player, yes. But even if you're a good BF player, it's still going to be tough when your opponent has so many militias. But yeah, I mean, still, it's very impressive so far from Stoneplease. He also has more vills actually sent forward to the mill. He doesn't even have loom, this madman! Stoneplease is actually one of the fastest players. It's 153 APM. Alright, there's another dead vill as Loom wasn't in. Still +3 in the villager KD though. +2 only now in the villager KD. +3, +2, +3. Peak commentary. Only +2. Oh man, what a messy game. Okay, that villager is at least going to escape for now. I mean, losing vills isn't really the biggest of deal. It's all about the villager kill delta, which is actually getting close here for Andy, although that vill I think is still going to go down. That's actually it's still making things a bit closer, I guess, in favor of Andy, who even has 1 more militia at this point. There goes another villager. Replace Sesame Street? Yeah, with PBS losing its funding, we gotta do what we can here. Oh my goodness. Nice kill there. And Stoneplease is still ahead by a couple hundred resources, but Andy's the one with the militia at this point. What a wild game, especially with Stoneplease's tournament life on the line. Single-digit populations. You're still +4 in the population here as Stoneplease. Alright. And militia still getting kind of low. Pulling back the weak militia there. Very nicely done, although it still does get sniped. Malicious compliance. Stoneplease has more vills on food than Andy does, so you'd think he'd be better able to sustain militia production at this point. And again, around 10% more resources collected. Scores are actually relatively close, all things considered. Oh. They made it. I mean, it's definitely what was intended when this map was made. Another vill goes down. Still only +2 in the villagers killed. Also less idle time, though, for Stoneplease at this point. So we still have to favor his position, even if the KD is overall quite similar. As Andy just has the entire village over here. Oh my goodness, this just to me would be such a nightmare to control. For militia, numbers back up slightly in favor here of blue. He's gonna lose another vill. Make that 2. I mean, Andy's only 1 vill behind in the actual villager KD, but now we're back to +2. Oh my goodness. This is so much better. I mean, this is talk about leaning into the map. You cannot accuse these guys of not living up to the design of the map. I mean, the militia keep on dying here. But still, 5 more villagers. Andy's only on 17 vills at the 16-minute mark. We're getting close to 1 vill per minute in AoE. Yeah, I think the vills have gone off of food completely. But you can just see here, guys, around 800 more resources collected for Stone Please, 6 more villagers, and he's out of options. He also has almost 200 gold, which isn't really necessary. And he should indeed be very dead, as Stone Please is looking to keep his tournament hopes alive, at least for another game. Well, this is fun. Now, the scores are still relatively close, so Andy might not actually have the best idea of quite how dead he is, but, I mean, the militia itself should be a pretty big tip-off. Oh, it's fun for us. It's definitely not a fun game for Andy. Incas are also better at this sort of thing, as you're still getting at the, what is it, 15% discount? 10% discount. GG! 6 more militia trained. Easy clap. Yeah, look, that 126 APM still. A third more militia trained. Just having those extra resources is so huge. Peak AoE. Now, Skakuza's pretty flat. I don't think we can call it peak AoE. Maybe we could call Kilimanjaro peak AoE. Both players in the Dark Age? Oh no, I've seen the games end in under 5 minutes. The fastest game I ever saw was probably that Yo versus Viper game in the first, what was it, Wandering Warriors Cup? Where Viper won in like 2 minutes. Because Yo lost like 3 vills within the first few minutes of the game. Alright, Wellsprings is the next map. I don't have the scoreboard set up, because this series could end after this game. But we'll at least keep it in mind. Again, Sitaux versus Kingstone is the last series of the day, and in theory that starts now. And we'll jump over to that one as soon as this one is done. Yeah, they started drafting. Devastate fun? Well, we know that's the case. Anyway, Wellsprings is the next map. We didn't see the first game of the series, so I don't exactly know what civs will have remaining, so we'll see it when we see it. Oldest Stone, please? No idea, but I used to play him on Voobly. One of those people that I used to beat fairly regularly, and then they got good and then I didn't. His 5... Very true. Like, back on Voobly, his name was 5 Stone, please. So, like, every time he'd age up, it would actually play the Stone, please taunt. Alright, so. They are in the lobby here. Focus on getting rich and famous. Well, I've done a terrible job of that. Yep, fact used to be €8. Say that, I don't think I have the talent. Well, look at me. I have a visitor. You can't just hashtag what's your elo somebody. The skill check for actual pros, that is pretty funny. I don't know, what elo am I right now? Like 1860, 1870? Not wearing pants, I'm wearing shorts. Wearing basketball shorts. Colors? Oh, yeah. Hashtag I don't know my own elo. Who would even knows their own elo, man? Basketball? Nope. But I do find their shorts. I like the shorts because they're comfy and easy to wear. Just like that one youngster. Sundresses? Not yet. All right. 13 seconds and we'll get into Wellsprings. Which is much better than Unwell Springs. In his pockets, it really is the one of the great ironies of this life. Alrighty, still has his tournament life on the line, but winning the last one, it will be Stone Please in the blue as the Turks to the southwest, and to the northeast in the orange as the Gurjaras. It will be Andy Orson Wellsprings. Alright, guys. Are you ready for the Spearman matchup? I actually did see a game. I think it was on Bypass way back in the day. That it was Gurjaras versus Turks, and it literally devolved into Gurjara versus Turk Spearman. What do you do with the Ornlu bucks? You bet them for fictitious points whenever I or my mods remember to run bets, which is rare enough. It's a very useful tool. It's one of the, in fact, most useful currencies in the world. Anyway, as far as the Turks versus Gurjaras goes, it's kind of an awkward one. Because, on the one hand, dealing with Janissaries can be very awkward for Gurjaras. Your units generally are quite expensive until you have a large economy. On the other hand, Travamsha Riders can really prey on the fact that Janis don't have a very good, very slow fire rate. Backed by Fiat? Nope. On the other hand, camels could be a bit of a tricky thing to deal with. Turks just have worse camels than Gurjaras. In a straight-up camel fight, although camel plus Janissary for Turks can actually end up working out decently. It's at least an interesting matchup. And Gurjaras are now a way better civ than they used to be. So we'll have to see what the plan is here. We've seen tower rushing on this map. We've also seen fast castling. Seen castle drop play. I mean, usually it's something at least fairly aggressive. I mean, it's a disaster. It has to be aggressive. There's no booming. But yeah, usually it's something in the fast castle drop family or a tower rush of builds. Oh, look at that. Nice and safe wood line for Andy. And same deal here. I've seen players delete all the walls at the back of their base, but neither player opting to do that in this game. Not even taking the boar, because why do that when you can keep shore fishing? And if you're actually mining gold with that Vil, that would be very, very early. Wait, crypto people call other currency fiat? Like the car company? But also, I literally don't know anything about crypto, and I don't want to because it seems like a scam. Wait, would you consider a scenario where your goal is mostly to defend your eco and sling your allies' army comp an interesting enough idea to dive into? As a one-off scenario in like a larger campaign, yeah, that could actually be reasonable enough. Is it? I mean, I took, what, 2 econ classes? And that was enough for me. Whoa, double mill here. This isn't something we've seen, at least something I haven't seen before. That's one way to saturate this food area. And actually, okay, so it's funny. I've seen several games on this map in this tournament. And I go from never seeing double mill to both players doing it. Went up the gold standard? Ah, okay. Comes from... Isn't that most currencies these days? Or at least most of the majorly traded currencies? Again, I took 2 economics classes. I am by no means an expert. Anyway, Feudal Age is done here for both players. 22 pop from each, which means we're not going to be seeing a castle drop. Yeah, again, like, I am extremely crypto-skeptical as a person. Well, yes, money is a social construct, even if it's based off of gold or something like that. And yet, it is a useful construct. Unless we just want to barter everything. Which doesn't really seem as useful. Especially with how much crypto exchange rates fluctuate. So, barracks coming in. If you wanted to go for a tower rush, you'd think you would have done it by now. So, could this be for the classic, the build, as I like to call it? Which is Turks, Light Cav plus Castle Drop? Nope. Okay. On you, yeah. I mean, the smart people were the ones who were able to predict, like, the cryptos that would blow up and then just immediately sell it as soon as it got to a good value. Anyway, stable plus blacksmith incoming. This is kind of weird. And by predict, I mean get lucky. Okay, guys, I'm very confused. It's like... Alright, guys, on this map, everything I've seen so far has either been fast castle into castle drop or a tower rush. And then they immediately go 2 mills, and then archery range plus stable. And then it's just like a regular light cav opening, as if you could boom behind this somehow as Andy. Better to be lucky than good? Oh, I'd rather be lucky than good any day. It seems like getting lucky is a lot more consistent than getting good.
Namaste.
Monk openings? Yes, that's kind of the other one, is siege monk pushes. Definitely have seen those as well. So, scouts and archers? Very strange build here. Well, why don't I get a golden parachute, man? I deserve a golden parachute. I think the entire AoE community should give me a golden parachute to stop streaming, because I'm such a liability with me constantly dragging down the AoE 2 scene. I'll go to, what, 30,000? Yeah, 30,000. Same as on Kenbra. For Microsoft, I don't think I'm much of a liability at all. I think my impact, both positive and negative, is very small. Get bought out. So what you're saying, guys, is that I should be even more toxic. Camel can be a bit annoying here. And got some Shrevamchas queued up as well. But... okay, so you're gonna go crossbow plus light cav without any blacksmith upgrades, because you don't... okay, now you're going for a blacksmith too. What an odd build. Meanwhile, Andy's gonna be coming in with his own mangonel. Yeah, I know the light cav is free, and they even get the extra pierce armor, which is nifty. But you'd think that the person who only has to commit to 1 military production building would be in a much better spot. Bloom is coming in. Those fletching. And at the very least, these light cav will scout these buildings. And those builds are a little out of position. The mangonel pops out at a really awkward time. And yet, Andy gets off mostly scot-free. Well, Well, if you count the barracks, then it's 3-2, but I wasn't really counting the barracks for either player. And the Siege Workshop also doesn't really count because it just makes units, 1 or 2 units that don't require upgrades. Alright, Bodkin coming in, so Stone Police is still getting those upgrades. But you... Okay, so maybe if you... Here's the thing, guys. The Aqueducts are basically reskinned stone walls that have exactly 1000 HP. So, a lower HP stone wall, which means that it has a lot of armor. You can see a lot of armor on these Aqueducts. And you can't use villagers to punch them down. Anyway, that's still going to be a lot of camels here from Andy. He's got +1 defense, and he's going to have bloodlines in just a moment. So yeah, you can't really, like, surprise destroy an aqueduct. And neither player on stone. For some reason, you start with 1 extra stone on this map. No idea why. Yes, you cannot cross the aqueduct. That would be illegal. Who knows where the water's actually coming from? But you don't need to do that anymore, Vanilla Donut. They changed that, like, over a year ago. A mountain in the middle? Yeah, seriously. There used to be a natural spring somewhere. Under aqueducts before? I don't believe you. That sounds mathematically impossible. Alright, so the upgrades continue to come in here for the Cavalry of Andy, and his army value is slightly higher. Bloodlines coming in for stone, please. But it's kind of interesting, because I feel like both players are going to have a really hard time pushing the other. And yet nobody's working towards a castle. In fact, you even sold your remaining stone here as freaking Andy. Bait monks. So, Gurjara monks are actually pretty good in Castle Age. You have everything. And then in Imperial Age, you miss block printing, which is kind of the kicker. And then you also miss Faith, but that's not really that big of a deal. That is something I don't know, because the aqueducts basically just... They don't explode, but they do get destroyed. Yeah, you miss block printing in Imperial Age, so you don't scale that well. Turks are actually pretty similar. They miss herbal medicine, but they also miss illumination in Imp. But yeah, they have generally what you need in Castle Age, which is Sanctity, Atonement, Redemption, and yeah, I guess those are the 3 big ones. Anyway, nice 1-for-0 trade there for stone, please. And that basically just evens it out. Still, that's a lot of Gurjara camels. Still consistently using both the archery range and the stable. Here is stone, please. And the camels are charging into the crossbowmen. Is this going to be enough? The scorpions are getting in some okay shots in. They'll have light cav at the back. The army numbers are still a lot better here for stone, please, as most of the siege unit shots have been dodged by the archers, and yet all of the light cav are dead. There are still 2 scorpions alive, and at the end of the day, it is the necessary fight for freaking Andy. Unless this gets a... Oh boy, yeah, this is it, guys. Oh my goodness. The fight looked like it'd be a lot better here, as Stone Please is going to lose absolutely everything, and there is the GG called. It really all came down to that fight. And despite the much higher army numbers, Andy is still able to just obliterate those light cav with the Gurjara camels. Camels do counter light cav. In fact, they had pretty good upgrades by the end. So Andy does get the 3-1 series win, and we'll be moving on to the round of 16. All right, Kingstone versus Sitaux is the last series of the day, guys. Remember, we do have games happening all weekend long. We just update all the stream titles and stuff like that. Oh no. Uh-oh. I think the corgi needs to go outside, guys. Alright. I need to take dash out. Be right back. All right. I'm really glad that you guys were enjoying my commentary just then. Anyway, Japanese versus Italians are certainly two civs that like fighting for the water here. Did Dash do a good job? Yeah, he wandered around a little bit, but we got done what we needed to. The issue is that I just fed him, and now his routine is to be played with after he gets fed. So I am likely going to be getting barked at in the near future. Double sound? There's only one of me. Alright, Castle Age is coming in for Sitaux, however. And Scout at least sees exactly what's going on from his opponent. Eco balance is looking a lot nicer for Sitaux as well. And with these bills coming forward, it's clear he wants a castle. I still think it's just you, McNeely, because it's more fun that way. Alright, picking off another ship there, and this is still looking pretty darn good for our Italians player. Oh, that is underwhelming, and there he is already. Dash, I don't have anything for you. I can't play with you. Hey! Castle coming in! Let's see. So, I do think it's interesting that he's going for the castle that is not... It's not like a YOLO castle. He's really just trying to take fish control here. It's only the 2 docks overall to 4. But controlling the castle there in the middle means it should be very tough for Kingstone to do much of anything. Fine. Ah, okay. Fish control. Oh my goodness. Still, there isn't really anything behind this for Sitaux, so although he's slightly ahead in resources, it's not like Kingstone is in some drastically dire position. Like, there isn't anything really after this castle, and that's a lot of resources that Sitaux has spent on something that doesn't actively kill his opponent. That said, killing the rest of those fishing ships is pretty nice, and also the significantly less idle TC time is as well. So, no War Galley upgrade here for Kingstone. And I'm not entirely sure actually what he wants to do. Could be for a forward siege workshop or something. I mean, obviously, Blue doesn't have a whole lot at home to defend, although he is going to start his monk production soon. Building... He is. He just had more idle time. Well, that villa's at least going to go down. All of these outposts, though, I mean, I guess you're just trying to make sure you're not getting caught off guard. But I'm not too sure what the next step of the master plan is here for either player. Kingstone? Is that Ingwe? High King of all the elves? Defensive watchtower coming in. Okay. I guess you could get crossbowmen with fletching, and that'll be a little bit annoying, but still not that much of an investment, and that's going to be another dead villager to those gen bows. And it's actually double fishing ship production. You still have this watchtower, though. So I don't think you can really fish safely. Osal is going to be a nice addition for Sitaux as well, as he maintains that slight villager resources advantage both. Defensive Siege Workshop is on its way. Genoese Crossbowmen is they have bonus damage versus cavalry. They're also a bit tankier. but have shorter range and are harder to get going. Oh, Mangonel coming in. Kingstone, please. There you go. Yes, and the 1 extra damage in Castle Age is nice, although it is made up for by having the one less range. So 1 more damage for 1 less range is basically the Cav Archer trade-off. But you don't have the mobility that Cav Archers do. I really don't know what Kingstone's doing, to be honest, guys. I wish I could tell ya. Archer's being brought back home. I mean, neither player has Bodkin. You get the extra armor as Italians, though, which is nice. Toad's getting more eco upgrades, though. Like, maybe Kingstone wants a better Imperial Age time, but how realistic is that going to be versus Italians? And once that tower is down, and it will go down quite soon, that's when we can start adding in more fishing ships. Yeah, the difference is a lot of the idle TC time and the fact that Sitaux has a few fishing ships. Sitaux even picking up Wheelbarrow, which does mean he plans on delaying his Imperial Age a lot more, and that is not what Kingstone is interested in doing. He has cut villager production completely, as he wants to get up to Imp. Second Siege Workshop. But our blue player can actually just start pushing from this side with his 2 Mangonels. Actually has 3 in total. Yeah, what kind of long-term investment is this? But you still feel really far away from Imp as Kingstone, you know? He does have 2 Mangonels of his own, but these need to be some very good Mangonel trades to really be worthwhile, as Sitaux is going to be climbing very far ahead in resources in the near future. Whoa, he wants a forward castle. That feels very optimistic. We've seen a lot of very optimistic forward castles in this tournament, but that's a big fail from Sitaux. Just eats the Mangonel for free. Yeah, Siege Workshop not doing a whole lot on the other side. Kingstone is getting closer to Imp at the very least. Another good Mangonel hit. So, I mean, some good Mangonel hits can easily be difference makers. It's 3 Mangonels to 3 in total. And it still is all going to come down to the micro. And then on the other side, Sitaux gets a really big 1-for-0 trade. Stable feels a little bit weird. Sitau's still going to freaking click up faster than his opponent because of Italians. Yeah, there he is. Lack of food income is just such an enormous issue for Red. Nevertheless, the Ford Castle is incoming. And your chances of being able to stop that completely feel very low. Still 3 Mangonels to 3. And here comes the castle. Now, if you look at Sitau's POV, he sees what's coming. But can he realistically stop it? I'm going to go with a big no. There isn't even a Mangonel that's about to pop out. Crossbowmen are sort of pigeonholed by the gate in terms of being able to move back and forth. And this castle is going to happen. Now, obviously, it doesn't range the TC. But some Trebs from the castle possibly do. Pretty close, but I think the Trebs would be able to range it. And that is still what is essentially a 1-for-1 trade. Wait a minute. Did Kingstone not click up? What? Didn't he have the resources for a while? Oh, he didn't have the building. Oh, no. Oh, no. More stone walls coming in. Now, you still need to actually get to cannon galleons if you're Sitaux. They're Italians, not a Drummond Civ. And now the defensive castle's coming in, number 2. Yeah, it's an expensive castle, but you're so far ahead in resources that that is a totally okay thing. That's still essentially a 1-for-1 Mangonel trade. Castle's even going to be in the perfect location, and with a well-placed castle, and a faster Imperial Age, and an enormous resource lead, and 4 relics, and a better army. It really does feel like Kingstone is dead in basically every single way you could look at it. Chemistry immediately on the way, Trebuchet coming out as well over here. Well, there wasn't much of an advantage to press for Sitaux. You had to wait for Imp to come in. Yeah, there's nothing to do at this point. Unless it's a matter of... Okay, there is exactly one route to victory here. And that is if you pull a Ganji versus Nikov game 2, and that's just you happen to destroy the TC because it's too expensive to repair properly. But yeah, not having the building there is pretty rough. And I'm not sure what these Rams accomplish whatsoever. It feels like they don't accomplish anything and just are resources that are not being spent on trebuchets. I mean, of course, you're immediately going to make a treb, but you're also going to need to defend at home. 45 wall, and the thing is the bar's already been a bombard cannon started too. But yeah, I mean, he needed to be like a minute faster to imp for this to even be something you could consider working. I don't know, guys. I'm not too sold on this. I don't know, guys. Now you freaking fortified wall in. This is OGRE Ogre. Yeah, Kingstone, for somebody who really was trying to get a tech advantage over an economic advantage, it seems like he just really miscalculated his resource allocation. And again, for the guy who skipped villager production and eco upgrades to get a tech advantage, he was slower to every single age up and had like no tech. And again, the resources collected difference was enormous. So that is the game number 1 victory here for Sitaux. We need to update the scoreboard. Well, he didn't know he didn't have the buildings is why. All right, got that. Looks like Arena is game number 2. Let me pull up the thingy. Okay, that was the number 1 Civ pick versus the last Civ pick. And I do think Italians are a little bit better, specifically on sudden disaster settings. But yeah, obviously way higher draft priority there for Sitaux. Alrighty. So with Arena being the next map, this feels like why do neither player have an obvious Arena Civ? Britain's this high? I have no idea. Okay. It is, I mean, I was thinking maybe Armenians, but usually you don't try and rush up Armenians. No idea. I don't get it. Lions are a very strange arena these days. It is a classic arena matchup, but not these days. But yeah, it's gonna be odd. Why all the DLCs are hated? I don't think all the DLCs are hated. I think some of the DLCs are hated. The Three Kingdoms DLC is not liked at all, and the Return of Rome DLC is also not liked at all, but apparently those were both commercial successes, so who knows. DLC on Steam? Well, I guess the highest rated DLCs were the ones that are now included as part of the game, right? Spanish and stuff? Yeah, Age of Conquerors was the worst. Alrighty, guys, here we are. Game number 2. It is on Arena. We'll have Kingstone in the red as Dawe, here to the northwest, and to the southeast in the blue as the Armenians. It will be Sitaux. Alright, guys, so as somebody who isn't at all a fan of Wei on Arena, I like Sitau's Civ more. It's a great clowning Civ. Fortified churches are really strong. You can get a ton of relics early on with the warrior priests. So, I mean, I guess Wei are still a good light cav Civ, and the thing with Wei is that you can get a villager lead over your opponent without having to do anything else. So I do like that a lot when you're both stuck on one TCs, just having a way to get ahead in eco. Yeah, people didn't like Mountain Royals mostly because Georgians aren't a very fun Civ to play against. But it's still overall all right. Making too many Civs. I don't know about that. Yeah, none of the DLCs had bad campaigns, although I thought the Three Kingdoms campaigns were the worst. But I do think that the best DLCs in AoE are now the ones that are post-DE DLCs. The best ones were, from a multiplayer perspective, the best one was still probably Dynasties of India, and from a campaign perspective, it was probably Dawn of the Dukes. But those are now included in AoE too, the base game. Now, I will say that at the very least, Armenians aren't a bombard cannon Civ. And as we saw from the Malay versus Wei game early on, Wei do not like dealing with bombard cannons at all. Scandal, well, they also increased the base price of the game. Well, again, the selling point was supposed to be all of the AoE 1 stuff, and I think it was just a very poor decision from some MBA at Microsoft to think that most people wanted AoE 1 and AoE 2 and bought it for that reason. But that's another issue entirely. So, we'll have to see if there's going to be a tower rush involved. There's very little wood being collected here for Sitaux, so it's very possible that he's still going to be going for a tower rush. Oh, look, he's also pushing in the fox from the middle of the map. On pints of beer. I mean, in terms of actual value for money spent, all the AoE expansions are very good value for money spent. Oh, look at this. He took on all of the hunt and then was just able to go right here. Power of the mule cart! Good value. Well, I got Borderlands 4 for like $60 because I got a 15% discount, so I feel like I'm just rolling in it.
何种命令？
Rolling in the gaming value.
什么？
The only time I spend money on games these days is like when my friends make me download or pay for a new game that we play like twice, and then they just give up on entirely and move on to the next game.
喂，
何种命令？
何种命令？
I know, having friends is really annoying.
喂，
什么？
Never worthwhile. Speaking of which, after the stream tomorrow, I'm going to be going to visit my friends. Yep. All right, so I guess this is not for a tower rush because the villagers would be crossing the map already if it was for a tower rush. You guys are my friends? Sure. Well, I mean, also just general inflation. Yeah, I mean, I think that the real... It's not so much that inflation is necessarily the kicker, it's that people, in general, it feels like have less disposable income because salaries have not really kept up with inflation. I think that's really the biggest issue. Anyway, Kingstone's going to be going for a feudal boom, which, to be fair, if you think you're going to be dealing with a trush, going for a feudal boom is far from the worst thing you could do. But as it so happens, Sitaux is just going to be going for a very fast castle age time, which is something you can do with foxes. But don't you need three? You need 3 foxes. Unless you, I guess with you selling the stone, it can work out. Into rental services makes more than $60 box price. Yeah, I mean, it depends on how much you're going to be getting out of the game. Like, I'm fine spending $60 on Borderlands 4 because I know I'm going to be playing it, like, for at least a couple hundred hours. But I'm also not somebody who plays that many different games. So I generally prefer not to spend any money on games if I can help it.
就绪。
Shouldn't let's talk to in the way you do? Well, what can I say? I have a mutually abusive relationship with chat. Anyway, Castle Age coming in now for Sitaux. And this is certainly going to be for something very clowny. No farms even yet. And the villager was trying to come in and help out, but that was not successful. Yeah, I was never really a Fallout guy. But then again, I just don't play that many games to begin with. Oh, guys, we're clowning hard here. Kingstone might just try and go for the defensive castle, which can certainly help you survive. Even matter. Well, games are also significantly more expensive to make these days, right? At least the big ones. But yes, obviously, day one DLC is 100% a shadow price increase. But I've never played a game that has day one DLC. He's feudal booming. He's 8 villagers ahead right now because he got the eco upgrades. Got both mining camp upgrades, no wheelbarrow yet. I mean, you might as well pick that one up in a second. Bug fixes? Yeah, games being super buggy at launch feels like that's a natural downside of the ability to patch a game after it's released, because the bean counters will always say, okay, if the game is like mostly done, you're probably not going to lose many players if there are some bugs. Why not Feudal Boom on sudden disaster settings? It's not a bad idea, especially if you think your opponent could tower rush you. Oh, it's absolutely sad that they're right.
准备就绪。
Anyway, Kingstone's going to go for the Xianbei Raiders, a unit that I see being a very effective option, like 3% of the time. That it could ever be worth it. I guess it's just because there are so many games out there that it's hard to get people to want to get new stuff. Oh, that reminds me. I think I might be able to scam my way to get Borderlands 4 early as a content creator. I need to see if I can do that. I think I can force you guys to suffer through a few videos of Ornlu AoE Borderlands 4 content if I get early access to the game. Like, I remember seeing something like that on my feed. Oh, there we go. That way I can avoid doing actual work. Oh, yeah, we're absolutely going to go for that. All right. Of course, we're clowning hard here. Gonna be picking up all those relics. Now, what is interesting to consider is that Sitaux built both of the fortified churches at home. This feels like it would be too slow. My stream, yeah, if I suddenly go viral as a Borderlands 4 streamer, that would be the most ironic thing ever. Only the variety streamer? Yes, I play literally like 2 to 3 different gaming franchises. I mean, if I get early access to Borderlands 4, I would absolutely play it because I am super freaking hyped for it. I mean, nothing will ever compare to AoE 2 in terms of love for the game and the hours I spend in it, but Borderlands is my second favorite franchise. All 30 viewers who join. Hey man, it's worth it. What, do you think I make minimum wage streaming AoE to begin with? Gap. For no reason. Oh, that's what I enjoy doing. Anyway, Shanbei Raider production will start momentarily. I mean, I've been rambling about other stuff as there really hasn't been a whole lot happening in the game so far. The Doe has picked up all 6 relics, which is pretty sick for a Zico. You know, maybe it's my love of farming, because farming is the main mechanic in both AoE 2 and Borderlands. So I think it's really fair to say that I'm just a big farmer. With Salvador, if you like easy mode. Anyway, the Shanbei Raiders are still going to be a good option versus both the warrior priests and the monks. I mean, you still need to be careful, but it's a unit that doesn't represent a lot of value to get converted, and of course they are fast and ranged. Melee Zero is a lot of fun. Although Sniper Zero was the first character I got to OP 10. Like, I'm one of those guys that actually grinded every single Borderlands 2 character to OP 10. Bloons, I did play Bloons as my mobile game of choice for a while, and you bet my favorite thing in Bloons was just the farming aspect of it. For sure. OP8 was the max. I mean, it was pretty easy for me to get to OP10, considering I'd already gotten everybody to OP8 anyway. Anyway, Bodkin coming in, Husbandry as well, and Kingstone with enough stone for the castle. Still not going too overboard, though. His own eco is still quite a bit better than his opponents, and this is a great example, like I was saying, guys, of Da Wei, and the fact that you have the ability to get an eco lead over your opponent, villager-wise, without having to add extra TCs to do so. So Kingstone playing nice and safe and calm and comfortable, making sure he has map control before going for the actual castle. Now, it's not like this game is over yet, as there are a lot of monks hanging around. Sitaux can make his own defensive castle, and he's going to try and make it a little bit further forward. A fully sustained farmer. Oh, I like video game farming. I do not like real-life farming. I know I'm from Illinois, but I do draw the line there. Oh, okay. So Kingstone going to say, all right, I can't actually take this. Okay, so now he's just going to try and go imp. Do I like this? I mean, yeah, there's not really anything you can do about that. You already have a siege workshop. But the 6 relics and Armenian bowsaw is a pretty sick eco as well for this civ. Always been Treb wars with traction trebs? I don't know. At the very least, the uptimes are going to be pretty similar. Because both players recognize what's happening here, which is honestly just good predictions from Sitaux, considering he didn't see the castle until right now. And Kingstone going to be up a little bit faster, but it's still, you know, within 10 seconds, and it's not even an immediate Treb war, so this is all good all around. You might like... I'm afraid I don't know. Again, you'd have to ask other people in chat for that, because I don't really know many different games.
Oui.
Brits with traction trebs? Honestly, that'd be pretty good. Brits would be a civ that actually would be happy to get traction trebs, although not at the cost of losing trebs. But to be fair, every civ that doesn't already have bombard cannons would be very happy to get traction trebs, but not at the cost of losing their own trebs. But yes, this has been a very calm game. Traction treb, it wouldn't matter because it is an infinity % increase in 0 blast damage is still 0 blast damage. Okay, 3 siege workshops might be a little optimistic. Again, Bulgarians would be a civ that would be happy to get traction trebs anyway. Anyway, the composite bowmen aren't really going to be the best unit in the world versus Xianbei Raiders, because Xianbei Raiders have very low armor to begin with. Now, both players are still fairly far away from castle number 2, but Sitaux is closer. Oh my goodness, guys. Oh. That's the sound of me seeing Elite Skirmisher production begin. Real Trebs, but they can't because the heroes literally replace Trebs in the tech tree and in the menu UI. Look at this triple traction Treb production. Again, we have a pretty darn significant discount. 25% discount on the traction Trebs. How much do they cost again? It's like 90% the resources. Oh, well, it says technology cost free. That doesn't help us too much. Well, I just think it's funny as much as anything else, but I do think it's unfortunate that you have civs that want to do things other than skirmishers, unable to do them because going skirms is the best play. Anyway, it's traction trebbing time. Full clouding? Oh, just because you can't convert the heroes? But at that point in the game, the enemy would have a castle. Splat. Remember, guys, you can convert the traction trebs from range, but they have a lot of conversion resistance. That was one of the better changes they made to the unit. I mean, guys, full credit to Kingstone, he is literally going full traction treb. I mean, the difference isn't as big, but the villager counts are now even. And Sitaux is getting ahead in resources at this stage. If I res, I mean, that's a lot of total resources saved. Get the on Loach ones too, right? I think the bonus for cheaper Loach wands for Wei might just be the single greatest amount of resource savings per unit on a single bonus. I mean, it's got a few skirms here to help drive away some of the monks, but I mean, we're getting to a lot of traction trebs, guys. Like, this isn't a messing around a number of traction trebs. I mean, talk about playing your Civ. Honestly, guys. At the very least, you do outrange the monks by 2, whereas bombard cannons don't get to outrange these monks, unless they have siege engineers. Like, look at this, guys. What are you going to do against a gajillion traction trebs without any sort of fast melee unit? He does need a light cap switch, but that's hard to do when you're Armenians and you have a clown eco. Again, I don't actually dislike traction trebs as a unit. I just don't like that they replace actual trebs. Anyway, no way this is going to do anything here. Guys, you can't even range the TC. The walls are placed such that trebuchets are not able to range the TC unless you actually break through the stone wall. I mean, yeah, 12 kills to 2 deaths tells the story. Have there been any conversions this game? Yeah, 0 conversions. Oh my goodness, it's impossible. He's at 12 traction trebs. He's too dangerous to be kept alive. Yeah, I mean, it's a clown eco balance. You can't make the necessary transition into melee units of any kind. Bad. I said they weren't very good, but you'd still see a ton of them. And don't get me wrong, you'd still rather have trebuchets in most cases, but this is absolutely traction trebs at their best. With Wu? I mean, it would be much harder to afford with Wu. Yeah, this is basically Farah's Barrage from Overwatch. Yep. 5 trebs are literally useless. It's only 3 projectiles per shot. It's only... And each extra projectile only deals 12.5% damage. I mean, it's still a nice DPS increase, but it's not actually that significant. Yeah, I mean, if like this would be a very different situation if we had like the Armenian or the Wei versus Malay game earlier, when iBuyPower just couldn't do anything against bombard cannons because the bombard cannons were better traction trebs. Break the stalemate? Oh, Kingstone is slowly but steadily pushing. Like again, these fights are just so ridiculously efficient for him. The whole stone? What do you mean? Faction trebs? Yep. I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, this is pretty fun. But this is basically one of the best matchups I think possible for Wei. It would be really, really bad if this was against a good bombard cannon civ. Like I said, we saw how bad this Wei looked versus Malay earlier. They just looked completely helpless. Again, you're... Oh, I see what you mean. Now, the question is, how many tiles is this a Wei? Because if it is exactly 16 tiles, you might be able to stack up the trebs. But, yeah, it's not... Obviously, he sees it coming. Yeah, this ain't happening. Again, I don't know if it's exactly 16 tiles. It looks like it's more than 16 tiles. Well... That just happened. Kingstone lost 1 traction treb the entire game. And we have a tied series, guys. And now the corgi wants out. Traction packed game. Look at that KD, man. That's pretty wild. What was the resources destroyed difference? Almost 4 times the resources destroyed difference, guys. Oh, okay, here you go. Some in-game chat, too. Sitaux, how do you stop that? On this mode, IDK. Bombard cannons, definitely one of the best possible answers, but if your Civ doesn't have them, then it becomes much trickier. And that was the number 1 Civ pick there for Kingstone, but he definitely got the win he was looking for. Alright, so we are all tied up here, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Hope you're having a fun time. We are now 6 hours and 23 minutes into the stream. A long one today. And it looks like Skuza will be the next map. I'm going to get some lunch because I am hungry. Hungry. So, be right back. Oh, it's Gakuza-ing time. Guys. Guys, I feel like something isn't working properly. Oh, hold on. How is this my fault? We had quesadillas last night. They were so good. I got the leftovers. Except I screwed up my homemade guac and made it too oniony. Which is very sad. Anyway, Lithuanians here for Kingstone to the west, and Khmer here for Sitaux to the east. Now, Khmer are not going to try for an instant rush. It's not what they do. Lithuanians could, but we would have expected more vills on wood sooner for that. You play with folder? I don't know about that. Is it better life? Oh no. I don't know what sort of dry rub my mom used on the chicken, but it was really good. Enjoyment? Well, there you go. I have finished my quesadillas. Alright, so 17 pop up with loom versus 19 pop no loom. So still 25 seconds faster for Kingstone. But Sitaux will have a better eco. Now everything is too sweaty. Is just suffering, something like that. Anyway, good house placement here for Sitaux, making sure that he'll have an escape route for his villagers. Certainly one of the reasons Khmer are a strong civ. It's tough, yeah. You need to approach it. One, you need to already have the, I think, the correct mindset. You want to, like, grow and improve at a video game while still enjoying it. And, yeah. You can teach yourself to be good at something, but it's a matter of, one, your, I guess, inherent skill set, and two, just, can you still find it fun? Because whatever you're doing, it's going to have to be for fun, unless you're super giga pro. Like, I don't think either of these guys are full-time. And they're, at worst, two top 20-ish players. Anyway, good start to the fight for Kingstone. Gonna be chasing away his opponent's scout. On the game, like, I love AoE 2. I love playing AoE 2, and it is, yeah, just something that brings me happiness. So I'm fine just trying to play to improve and all that stuff, because it's still just a good way to play AoE 2. Learning? It is a real skill. Depends on the game. Yeah, I mean, AoE 2 is in kind of a weird spot because there is a fair amount of money in it for being a content creator. or being Hera and winning all the tournaments, but there's extremely little money for anyone else.
Acho que vai ser roxas.
Sitaux is a villager ahead, or at least most of a villager ahead. Scouts are here at the back, making sure he's not getting raided there. Should try being Hera? Yeah, I don't know why I didn't think of that. There's only one spot available for being Hera. Exactly. Totally dying? Oh yeah. I never said they were selfish, but it's very much a few people making very good money and then most people making next to nothing. His word searches? I don't know. The word search meta is pretty tough these days. Especially if they go backwards. Oh my goodness. Diagonals.
Vamos só.
Twitch in general, yeah. AoE2 is survivalist. Well, it depends on your definition of pro. Anyway, villager snipe there from Sitaux is quite nice. Make the money? That's true, but I was just never good enough to get into it. But yeah, 2-bill lead right now for Sitaux. Just a good start for him overall. And honestly, a little surprising that Kingstone isn't investing more into Spearmen, as that's one way you can really get a big lead over Chimera in the early scout fighting. Mainly being a content creator. Sword of the Law certainly makes enough money from YouTube. But like then that would include, you know, people like T90 and Mem who are very much not pro players, but are still big content creators. Ash, I don't have any more for you. Tired from teaching? Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, market coming in now. Overall resources are pretty similar, but still, we have to prefer Sitau's position. His eco-efficiency's been a lot greater, and you can see 500 more food collected. Selling the stone. One might even say he's the king of selling stone, guys. I wouldn't say that, but I know people who would say that. And the content creator? It sure is. And it's just a matter of how much does either player value the middle, because this game is mostly in this, you know, you can't differentiate between this game and one of Arabia. And in fact, this is more passive than the average Arabia because neither player added an archery range. Yeah, it feels like Sitau's really worried about counterattack. But yeah, living off games is really hard, but I think the difference between like a while ago is that the very best people could like scrape a living by doing gaming content, and then no one else could do it. And nowadays, it's like the top people can make a very good living doing AoE content, or not AoE content, but just gaming content in general. But the actual number of people overall is still very low. King Saint 1. And a very good living is also very relative, especially because there's no long-term stability. I mean, the only person who's probably made enough from AoE to retire is Hera, and that's only because he lives in Argentina. Fill check for holes, that's true. But I think, yes, but there is still relative. For the Facebook deal? Yes, but I don't think T90 has actually made enough money to comfortably retire. Especially if he wants to buy a house and start a family. Nope, not popular? That is exactly the case. But also it feels like no gaming genre is actually that popular for content, so who knows. But yeah, I mean, even people like ACCM who live in a very cheap country and would make a lot relative just because the dollar goes a long way there. I'm sure he's not made enough money to retire from. Anyway, Forward Siege Workshop coming in. So kind of an interesting approach here with Lithuania. It's not really playing the cavalry stuff at all, and this is just going to be for a lot of aggression. Live comfortably? That's true. Competitive scene is for... Yeah, that's because Nintendo does a very poor job of supporting its esports. As in, they literally didn't want to do it for a very long time. Anyway, Ram coming... Oh, interesting, guys. People's videos to make money. Oh, jeez. Oh, my good. Honestly, I love this from Kingstone. Like, look at second Siege Workshop coming in. Guys, Scotty doesn't know. Scotty has no clue. Oh, he's looking. Just an Ornlu reaction video? Are you implying that I give no thoughtful analysis that gives you a greater degree of understanding or enjoyment of the video game in front of you? Which is very fair. Honestly, though, I love this. Now, the scouts are going to find it, but the Bill... Okay, Jordy's probably going to die, but then the pikemen are here, too. Holy cow! Oh, my goodness! Ow! Ow! Guys, there isn't a Siege Workshop in for Mangonels. We're going to just garrison the Ram. This is awesome, man. And now you're going double Mangonel behind this as well? Oh, and he's going to go after the Siege Workshop. Dude. Guys, this is so awesome. Yeah, like it just kills the Siege Workshop. Now what are you going to do with Sitaux? Kill a freaking TC? Yes, but this actually gives you probably a more secure chance of winning the game because you don't lose everything to one Mangonel. You can continue the pressure. Make sure the Ram is in, the Mangonels are in position to help protect the Rams. Now, you do need to be careful, but the speedy pikemen with squires, remember 1.21 movement speed ain't bad. Decent snipe there onto the Mangonel though, and there isn't one on the way actually. Got one more Mangonel coming out. Is Sitaux starting to hold here? Ah, nice snipes here from Sitaux, being very active with his units, just like you need to. Also, who would have thought I could actually cast a game of AoE 2 and it be relevant? Kappa! Alright, double Mangonel production's incoming, but the crossbow numbers are slowly climbing. They do have Bodkin. Res Destroyed is still heavily in favor of Kingstone, but the eco's a lot better for Sitaux. Gonna try and find a bit of a better angle here, which I don't hate. And I honestly wonder if it might have been worth it just to dive the TC as soon as the Siege Workshop was down, but Kingstone being a much more cautious player than that. Also, Homie's about to get housed here as Sitaux, but now he's got a Mangonel out, and that is obviously gigantonormous, to use a mathematically correct phrase. 66 had a 60 pop. Even a 1-for-1 trade would be huge for Kingstone. Like, Sitaux has to get a good fight. And now that there are vills here with which to repair, oh my goodness, it's go time. This is how you can force an engagement, guys, but you need to garrison the Rams, I think. Kingstone's being very cautious here. I feel like Rams coming out forced the engagement, though. Oh, Sitaux! Oh my goodness, guys. 24 army to 8. Just freaking go for it, Kingstone! Do it! He's being so cautious. Is this Kingstone or is this Jordan, guys? Is this Slam? Oh, okay, that has to be it. 1 for 0 Mangonel. Pikemen are there to help protect the Mangonels here of our red player. No way you can possibly keep the TC alive. Bills are trying to rush to repair as best they can, but it is going down, and Kingstone takes game number 3. Yeah, you watch Vilissa versus Darkness, like, okay, let's just go kill the TC finally. That was a really nice game, though. I know I got distracted early on because we're almost 7 hours into the stream and I'm easily distracted, but still. Yeah, that was great. Like, that's really smart heads-up play. It wasn't meta at all, so to say. But he saw an opportunity with his faster castle age time and just immediately liquidated that advantage into siege units. Calculate it all in, so to say. Good stuff, good stuff. That's just where the TC spawns. Your TC spawns a little close to the middle on this particular map. Alright, that was Khmer losing to the Lithuanians. And now Kingstone is 1 win away from the round of 16. Got Koala and Akare left. It looks like Koala will be the map of choice. If we're assuming Akare is going to be, I think, Mayans versus Vietnamese. Honestly, Vietnamese, Berbers, and Britons are all viable on Akare. You have some choices here. I do think it's going to be Georgians for Koala. And then against maybe Vietnamese, but we'll have to see. The Gogs. My favorite civ is the Gogs. I am just a Gog that anyone else would be a Gog. Of your own words. Maybe a pedagogue. What is that? Hagwoncav or something? Gogs or Georgians? Guys, can we get an automated Fodlerese translator on this stream? I think that'd be helpful for everybody involved. Oh, interesting. Alrighty, guys, here we go. Tournament life on the line. Sitaux is going to be in the blue as the Dravidians to the north, with a very close rush distance. This one actually looks like a koala. And Kingstone's going to be the red Berbers to the south. Georgians? I mean, Georgians aren't going to be bad on Akare if it gets to it. But I do feel like Georgians would be the better all-around civ here. As looks like there's a little bit of lamery happening. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Kingstone's out for blood, guys. That is an unfortunate boar location, although there is a decent chance that there could be a counter-laming attempt. One scout for 5 minutes? Believe it or not, I don't need to take a break after every game. I mean, I probably take a break 1 hour, one break an hour on average, which is healthy. I'm like, look at this. The homie is just in Turkey City, USA. Oh my goodness, guys. This could be a disaster for Sitaux. This is what happens when you're pushing in deer. Coffee breaks, and then the associated breaks when that comes from drinking a lot of coffee. But I do actually try my best to take regular breaks just because it's good to stand up and move around a little bit so I'm not just sitting in a chair all day. It is something I actively try to do. Alright, so is Sitaux going to find the boar? But you can see this scout's hanging around. Toy for a corgi? That isn't incorrect. Alright, guys, here we go. Hurts when you do it? Oh, no! A little bit of a block there. Oh, no. Now, there still could be the counter block, but the 5% faster movement speed on the Ververvilles, it's something. It is something, guys. And that is officially going to be 3 boars to 1 around my room. I definitely don't get 10,000 steps in daily, but I do try and work out. Uh-oh. This is such a sad consolation prize, trying to push one of your opponent's deer. Like, that's just big sad. Also, what's this lady up to? Sitaux has 4 more HP. It's 16 HP to 12. What? Wow. Guys, are you petty enough? Are you Kingstone petty that you're going to send a villager all the way, like, halfway across the map just so that you can prevent your opponent from pushing in a deer? You gotta respect it. Respect the hustle. Anyway, Sitaux is just gonna be long distance taking that deer, but he's already gonna be running low on turkeys. But yeah, the scout of Sitaux doesn't have enough HP. That is pretty great, though. 9 HP to 16, though, in favor of Sitaux, but that is, again, at best a consolation prize. Really just bullying him, basically. I will say, Kingstone, since joining Onimaru, I don't know if he's just now putting more time into the game, but I've seen a couple of Kingstone series post Onimaru joining, and he's looking good. Exponentially? Yes, it is. I mean, just look at this right here. 3 Dark Age farms. This isn't AOC, where you go, what, Celts 28 pop FC with 8 farms in Dark Age? We're kind of past those days. Anyway, Kingstone's up. Sitaux is up too, though. So overall res collected are even. Even if Sitau's spent a lot of resources he hasn't wanted to. I mean, look, there's 7 bills on the forage bushes. This isn't efficient at all. Play the game. It can still work on Arena. It can still work on BF Pocket. Although, honestly, these days, BF is just a feudal aggression map anyway. Anyway, rush distance is still very short, and the extra 200 wood you get upon reaching the next stage as Dravidians is going to be very helpful in at least getting the archery range down quickly. Down on the year? Well, I mean, he's only been on Onimaru for a few weeks, right?
Yeah.
If that. But in general, yeah, Kingstone is not the most consistent player, but I also don't know. I doubt he's full-time. So we'll have to see how much improvement he gets from it, because the more high-level AoE players, the more fun it is. Oh boy. Now you know that your scout at the very least has the HP advantage. Right, archery range coming in. Double bit axe is still something you can afford. And at the moment, Kingstone is going to see his opponent's base. Great scout timing, by the way. And he's going to see nothing. I would not be surprised if Kingstone, after maybe one more pass, is just going back to see if there's a forward. Archery range coming in, so it is going to be for some defensive skirmishers. Yeah, he's looking for the building, guys. Is picking up horse collar, and there we go, sees the tower. But remember, as Berbers, you do get the faster moving vills. Oh boy, here we go. Oh my goodness, guys, this is literally with all the 100% of the marbles on the line for Sitaux. You do have the better skirmishers as Dravidians. Tower's taken a lot of damage. Still, the numbers are in favor of Sitaux. The tower's still at mostly full HP. It's got a lot of repairs in. Tower's even getting some damage in, and that, I mean, the tower just does so much damage overall. House even has to get deleted. That's never ideal, and the numbers are looking really good here for Sitaux. Just he is turning out units faster than his opponent. Still has a little bit more stone here with which to repair. That tower's taken so much damage, and yet it's kind of okay. And look at this, first kill for Sitaux. He has 5 kills to 1 death. Tower goes down, and Sitaux has a big resources collect. Well, I guess a moderate resources collected lead. He's up by 2 villagers, and Sitaux in a great spot here in the Feudal Age in game number 2. I mean, just, yeah. Getting so many good kills. The forward archery range to make the Dravidian skirmishers. Huge play. Got 4 vills on stone now. Each player is going to be able to mine a little bit of stone. And it's going to be difficult for Kingstone to keep out the skirmishers. That feels a little excessive. Peasant stone. Look at this, you already have 9 farms out for Sitaux, only 5 for Kingstone, although he still has his forge bushes out, to be fair. Gonna run out in a hot second. Blacksmith now coming in for Blue. Uncle C-Tom. It does make them farm like 2 to 3% faster. But it's a big 2 to 3% faster. Surfstone, oh no. Like Romans is 5%, and it's also 5% of everything, so it is quite significantly better. Like, the Roman bonus is around twice as good. Better than Smurfs. More awesome than actually. It's a nice little bonus, but it's mostly a defensive and quality of life bonus. But Berbers are a civ from a different era, without crazy power creep in the game. I mean, Berbers are at least still a solid pick in a lot of settings. They're kind of like Saracens, actually. I still don't love the implementation of the Genitor, but it's at the very least Berbers are a decent civ. B+ tier? Yep, which means they see very little play in tournaments, unfortunately. Yeah, Berbers are absolutely a civilization for a more civil time. I feel like nobody hates Berbers. Is anyone like, oh no, Berbers, I hate this civ? Oh, Sitaux had the res lead ever since the big fight early on. First game, okay, to be fair. But that's a Tariq Ibn Ziyad problem. That isn't a Berber's problem. Anyway, 14 on food right now for Kingstone. I mean, he is just cruising. He gets a campaign mining camp. Can't play being too good? Well, it's just very easy to do. A lot of skirms for Sitaux, but even with the bigger skirm investment, his overall eco is so solid that it doesn't matter. Really, really nice play from him. I don't know if it's the worst by far. I think Yodit and Pachacuti are both pretty bad as well. At least Pachacuti has one really good scenario. Yodit, I don't even know. Oh my goodness, Fodler. But yeah, the carry capacity aspect of Wheelbarrow and Handcart are both far more important for actual eco efficiency than the movement speed boost. The movement speed boost is useful, but it's more of a defensive thing. Really? I think Yodit's final mission is one of the worst in the game. It's so boring. Now, credit to Kingstone. He is on his way up to Castle Age, and that means Camel Archers are a possibility. But do you know what unit is good against Camel Archers, guys? Guys, guess what unit's good against Camel Archers? Regendra? Well, Regendra's a tough campaign. The greatest unit in AoE 2. I do remember one game, though. I beat a Berbers as Burmese with Elephant Halb. That was a pretty great game. Male and female farm differently? It's not an actual efficiency difference unless they're bugged like freaking pole villagers. Mission by a mile? It's one of those missions that's so bad that it's actually kind of funny. Oh, different animations. Wait, do the females not have hose? And the men... So the men farm the land, and the women collect the food. Interesting. I thought they both did both, but I guess I never really thought about it. Jesus. No, the females specifically are not hoes. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, what are you doing? Oh my goodness, guys. This could be Sitau's tournament. Like, this could be his watershed moment. It was actually a pretty fun challenge, though, to beat the Yodit 1 scenario by defeating all of the enemies. But yes, it's a terrible scenario. Alright, pikemen coming in. Crossbowmen as well, but look at this, guys. The knights are here to help out. They have bloodlines in the +1 defense. The Vills are able to help out with the spearmen, and their spearmen are trying to focus down the knights, but that means they're bunching up. This castle! What is this castle? What is happening? What are you doing, Sitaux? Unless this castle just doesn't happen, but I feel like the castle probably does, right? There's only one pikeman on the field. I mean, you gotta respect these guys for just saying, we're going for it. But I don't think all this stuff is gonna die fast enough. You don't even have Bodkin to deal 2 damage to the villagers with your skirms. These bills are gonna come back home, but this castle doesn't do anything, and this castle does! Oh my goodness. Guys, I think I want to see a series between Kingstone and Villasa. I've made the decision that I want to see a sudden death series between Kingstone and Villasa. They never attack each other. They just go for the opponent's TC. But yeah, just saying and just going forward like that and gonna just build a castle right on your opponent's face. That is pretty awesome. Not going to lie. Wow, that was definitely a Giga Chad move. This was a lot of fun. Absolutely understand your win condition. The knights were out, even though Kingstone's eco was far behind, which is a credit to how well Sitaux played Feudal Age. It was just the fact that Kingstone focused on getting to Castle Age. He was up there not even a minute faster. But still, that's pretty awesome. Didn't invest too much into the skirmishers, went double stable knights, and the castle drop. People resign? Yeah, I need to allow Kingstone to get the finishing kill. Anyway, guys, that was a fun day of AoE 2. Just over 7 hours of streaming. And we'll have plenty more this weekend. Let's see, Viper versus Niaz, which actually could be pretty fun. That is going to be... Okay, nice and early. 12 GMT tomorrow is Viper versus Niaz, and I imagine it's going to be lots and lots of games after that. We'll have to see. But yeah, thank you so much everyone who's been watching. It was a fun day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. I think everybody's basically going to be getting offline at this point. So I will just say goodbye to you guys today. Thank you, thank you.